hyper-focused on not swinging at a pitch outside of his zone. He may give up 2 strikes in the at-bat, but he is going to wait for you to make that mistake, and he's going to make you pay, and he doesn't have to do it by hitting a home run. We saw it multiple times this weekend, being able to use the whole field. Yesterday against the game's best closer and Josh Hader, just taking that line drive the other way to plate the go-ahead run. The appreciation for what he's done to already kind of acclimate himself into this lineup. And we saw this in spring training too. Like, he was already on his own power stroke, getting it going. He's done an amazing job. You think about how important that is too, with Judge not quite getting himself going yet. If they had this same situation last year with Judge struggling or Judge out of the lineup, you didn't know who was going to step up.
SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio is the place for expert advice, strategy, and information from the best fantasy sports analysis to win your league. Plus, hear pick-by-pick coverage of live drafts and interviews with top players, coaches, and team executives on SiriusXM 87.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Saturday, April the 6th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:10 p.m. Detroit Tigers take on the Oakland A's. Tigers on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 849, A's on Internet 859. 2:10 p.m. Minnesota Twins face the Cleveland Guardians. Twins on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 856, Guardians on Internet 847. 2:15 p.m. St. Louis Cardinals take on the Miami Marlins. Cardinals on Sirius 137, XM 175, and Internet 865. Marlins on Internet 854. 4:05 p.m. Chicago Cubs take on the LA Dodgers. Cubs on Sirius 111, XM 178, and Internet 884. Dodgers on Internet 853. National feed on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 970. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 4:05 p.m. Washington Nationals take on the Philadelphia Phillies. Nationals on Sirius 119, XM 181, and Internet 869. Phillies on Internet 860. 4:05 p.m. Pittsburgh Pirates take on the Baltimore Orioles. Pirates.
Major League Baseball play-by-play is now on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
Why do I love calling this game?
Calling this game?
Calling this game?
Calling this game?
Why do I love calling this game? It's because I get a chance to bring some joy into people's lives.
Anything can happen on a baseball field.
We've got a new game! It's perfectly unscripted theater.
Everybody on their feet! Because you never know what you're going to see on a given day.
It is bedlam in the bank as Bryce Harper has put the Phillies on top!
There's just something about baseball on the radio.
Something about the way wood hits leather.
A swing and a drive to deep left center!
The way leather hits dirt.
And he made the play! Oh my!
The way a deep fly ball sounds like it's about to change history.
High fly ball to center field. It's hit pretty well toward the wall. Until the cleats hit the grass, hit the crushed brick, and then nothing but sky and a silent crowd.
That ball's high.
Until leather hits leather and 40,000 fans lose their collective minds.
In a perfect symphony of chaos.
He jumped up on top of the wall, balanced himself, and caught it!
The way nothing triumphs a perfectly honest call.
I don't believe what I just saw!
And the way the right voice can make a moment live forever.
Touch 'em all, Joe! You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life!
Outsiders may think this is just two teams.
The ball, a bat, and a microphone. But no.
For over 100 years, this has been the soundtrack of the American pastime.
He struck it out looking! It's over! It's over! The Rangers have won the World Series!
The soundtrack of summer. This is Major League Baseball on the radio.
Right now on SiriusXM.
All rise!
Coming in 5.
Get ready to play. 4.
Get up! Get up!
3.
Can you believe it?
Put your seatbelt on.
Wow.
My goodness!
Major League Baseball play-by-play is now on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues right now on Channel 87.
It's a home run for Ronald Acuna.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to daily fantasy basketball to getting you ready for the NFL Draft, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
How you manage your team day in and day out will be the difference in where you finish in 2024.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on SiriusXM.
Let's go, baby!
We're back on the track Sunday,
2 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Cookout 400 from Martinsville Speedway.
Checker flag, baby. Yeah.
On Sirius XM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 in the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app. Get closer to everything that moves you wherever you are with the Sirius XM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer. Yeah.
Hey, baseball fans, NBA Radio is your home for the best 24/7 hoops talk.
LeBron, 3 for the tie. It's good!
Hear nonstop talk from our experts every day and the best games every night as we get you ready for the playoffs and the quest to raise the Larry O'Brien Trophy.
After 47 years, the Denver Nuggets are finally NBA champions.
Don't miss a moment on Sirius XM NBA Radio, Channel 86, in the car and on the brand new Sirius XM app.
While you're listening to this game on Sirius XM, we're talking about the latest odds and prop bets for this and every game on Sports Grid Radio.
The under's minus 125. Heavy juice to the under.
Every home run hit and every strikeout thrown can change the line.
I can't for the life of me figure out how you can favor a team that never wins, ever.
If you're looking for sports talk centered around the latest odds and prop bets for games, races, tournaments, or any sporting event, Sports Grid Radio, Sirius XM, Channel 159.
Wake up! Wake up, everybody! This is Steve Phillips from the leadoff spot on MLB Network Radio. Join me and former Major League Baseball players Eduardo Perez and Xavier Scruggs as we react to all the latest news and scores across baseball and have plenty of fun along the way.
Steve, you were so right about that.
I don't know if anybody else thinks we're funny, but I think we're funny.
Why are you putting us or we into this?
The leadoff spot, weekdays at 7 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, Channel 89, and on the Sirius XM app.
Blue Jays fans, your manager, John Schneider, joins MLB Network Radio's Power Alley every other Wednesday at 11 a.m. Eastern.
I got all the confidence in the world in Joe Romano. I've known him for a long time. I know his demeanor. And I always say when you're talking about a closer giving up a couple runs in the ninth inning, it's just so much more magnified than a starting pitcher giving up a 2-run homer.
Managers at the mic on MLB Network Radio, Sirius XM 89 and the SXM app.
Hey, baseball fans, the best 24/7 hoops talk lives on NBA Radio as we get you ready for the stretch run of the season only on Channel 86 and on the brand new Sirius XM app.
This
Slams a ball to right field. Way back. Way gone.
is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Low rounding and heading for second to throw. In time.
On the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Pitching dominance led the Blue Jays to a win yesterday in the Bronx with the help of an Ernie Clement blast and a shaky Yankees pen as well. Tonight, Toronto turns to its ace with the first series win of 2024 in its sights. Hey, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I'm Ben Schulman alongside former Major Leaguer Chris LaRue. Show Ali is today's host. Nick Blackmore is our producer, and Tom Young is our technical director. Toronto Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Barrie and Orillia. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com, Canada's #1 rust protection. Kevin Gausman showed us flashes of his greatness on Sunday, pitching into the 5th while only allowing 1 run. Tonight, the brakes are off, and we see Gausman without a set pitch count for the first time this year. He'll look to outduel Yankees right-hander Clark Schmidt and secure the Blue Jays back-to-back wins. Schmidt and the Yankees take the field after this. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, streaming on the Sportsnet app, sportsnet.ca, and across the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
Everyone dreams of owning their own personal slice of heaven. Now you can, thanks to Fixed Rate Pizza by Pizza Pizza. Until the end of 2024, lock into an extra-large 4-topping pizza at a fixed price of $17.99. No matter how bad food prices get this year, your pizza price stays. So why not say no to surge pricing and yes to fixed-rate pizza? Order now from Pizza Pizza.
Order pizzapizza.ca. Truck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2-minute truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2 men in a truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's Building Centre. Visit timbermart.ca.
SiriusXM's 2024 NFL Draft Preview Show. Experts from NFL Radio, college sports radio, and fantasy sports radio analyze the top prospects in the NFL Draft, covering each player's time in college and how they'll transition to the National Football League.
Touchdown, Washington!
The SiriusXM Sports 2024 NFL Draft Preview Show. Wednesday night at 7 Eastern on College Sports Radio Channel 84 and NFL Radio Channel 88.
The UFC is on SiriusXM. Hear all the action live from the Octagon every weekend on SiriusXM Fight Nation Channel 156.
Network. The 1-0 from the southpaw. Clement hits a high fly ball to left field. Verdugo going back. It's gone. Pinch hit homer. Ernie Clement, his first of the season, and the Blue Jays are up 1-0.
Yeah, the Toronto faithful might not like this, but I was the biggest Yankees fan growing up. So I'm glad we could kick their ass.
That's Rochester's Ernie Clement, who hit the big home run for the Blue Jays yesterday to take a win off the division leaders and set up the Blue Jays here with a chance to win the series tonight. Appreciate you sticking around. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Let's take a look at the Bet365 standings. At Bet365, you can bet live in-game on game props, totals, and the money line. Download the app and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. After the Yankees lost yesterday, they dropped to 6-2. The Red Sox 6-2 as well. Baltimore currently in extra innings right now, so at the moment they remain 5-2. Tampa Bay below the Blue Jays at 3-5. Toronto is in fourth place at 4-4. So it goes New York and Boston tied, Baltimore, Toronto, then Tampa Bay. Those are Bet365 standings. The Blue Jays trying to jump closer to the Yankees once again today. Kevin Gausman is their starter. And Chris, as good as a lot of their starters have been this year and last year, hard to say that there's a better guy the Blue Jays would want right now to win a series than Kevin Gausman on the mound.
Well, Kevin Gausman was great in his first start against the Rays. Sorry, I thought it was the Astros for a second. But he was incredible in his first start. I think what I wanted to see from him was strike one. Mix in the splitter and a little bit of the slider, but I wanted to see strike one, pound the zone with the fastball, a lot like we talked about for Yusei Kikuchi yesterday. Kevin Gausman works off that fastball when it's down in the zone, when it has life through the zone at 95, 96 miles an hour. That split finger is that much more effective, and he showed that in his first start. I think there were some questions whether he was fully healthy, just because we didn't know. And he proved to everybody that he is healthy. He's ready to go, I would guess, 90, 95, maybe even 100 pitches tonight. I would imagine he won't get to 100 pitches. But if he's sitting around 90 pitches, 95 pitches, I think that's a great start for Kevin Gausman.
The guy he will go up against is the 28-year-old right-hander Clark Schmidt, a Yankees first-round pick a couple years ago. Schmidt will face this Blue Jays lineup. George Springer leading off and playing right field. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., the first baseman, batting second. Bo Bichette's the shortstop. He hits third. Hitting cleanup is Justin Turner, who will play third base today. Daniel Vogelbach makes his second start of the year, the DH, batting fifth. Ernie Clement, after the pinch hit homer yesterday, gets the start today, the second baseman, batting sixth. Dalton Varsho hits seventh and plays left field. Brian Serven, the catcher, hits eighth. Kevin Kiermaier, the center fielder, bats ninth. And it's Kevin Gausman, as we mentioned, on the mound for John Schneider's team. On the other side, the Yankees will trot out Gleyber Torres as the second baseman leading off. Juan Soto, the right fielder, hits second. Aaron Judge is the center fielder batting third. Anthony Rizzo, the first baseman, moves up to the cleanup spot. Giancarlo Stanton moves down to the fifth spot in the lineup from yesterday. He will DH today. Alex Verdugo, the left fielder, hits sixth. Anthony Volpe, the shortstop, batting seventh. And the two guys who were on the bench yesterday now come off of it back into the lineup with a right-hander on the mound. It's left-handed hitting catcher Austin Wells batting eighth, and switch hitting third baseman Oswaldo Cabrera batting ninth. The Blue Jays and Yankees getting set on another cloudy day in New York. Temperatures in the low teens, maybe even more like 11 or 10 right now in New York. And the flags up top appear to be blowing from left to right out toward right field, but it can be a little bit different sometimes down on the field than it actually is above it. Still, the Yankees waiting to get out of the dugout here and get started with Game 2 of this series. We'll have the first inning in a moment, and the first inning is brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong, feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. Chris, we're awaiting Clark Schmidt coming out to the mound, who, when asked about it, John Schneider said, yeah, the game plan doesn't change so much from what they had yesterday. He is a different pitcher than Marcus Stroman, but stylistically, there are some similarities between the two, who will throw a lot of fastball, cutter, fastball, breaking ball, not necessarily at super high velocity.
Yeah, Stroman yesterday was incredible. Like I said this a few times, but you don't really see sinkers like that anymore. It's kind of a lost art, and I think Stroman really focused on throwing that sinker yesterday. He threw it for strikes early in counts. He threw it a back door. He threw front door. He was incredible. He 89 to 90 mile an hour fastballs, and he was making this Toronto Blue Jays lineup look like they've never had a bat in their hands before. And I think Yusei Kikuchi had to throw like he did yesterday in order to keep up with how good Stroman was.
Clark Schmidt, on the other hand, will throw a little bit harder, and he'll mix in the cutter more than the sinker. He throws a cutter, a sweeper, a sinker, a curveball, and very occasionally will flip a changeup over as well. Yankees out defensively on the field. Clark Schmidt today working with Austin Wells behind the plate. Anthony Rizzo plays first. It's Gleyber Torres at second, and Anthony Volpe at short. Oswaldo Cabrera plays third. Alex Verdugo in left. Aaron Judge in center, and Juan Soto in right. Clark Schmidt has made one start this season. It was at Houston in the first series sweep that the Yankees handed the Astros, but it was not the best performance for Schmidt. 5 1/3, 7 hits, 3 earned runs, no walks, 5 strikeouts. By no means was it a blow-up, but it wasn't the sharpest of starts, and Schmidt was a guy that got hit around a little bit early in the year last year, too. George Springer waiting on deck with Bo Bichette out there, too. Even Justin Turner, the cleanup hitter, standing on the front step, just getting a look at Clark Schmidt. Springer, a guy who's hurt Schmidt before, a home run against him in his career. And a couple different Blue Jays have some solid numbers against Clark Schmidt. We'll see if Toronto can break through. After scoring just 3 yesterday and only driving in one of those runs, their patience kind of helped them to another couple runs that were scored in the 9th inning off the Yankee bullpen. Walks and wild pitches from Nick Burdi helped the Blue Jays expand a 1-0 lead to a 3-0 lead.
Well, I think the biggest thing is early on you have to be patient. They weren't patient early on. They were patient in the 8th and the 9th innings of yesterday's game, but early on in this ball game, they have to be patient. They have to wait for pitches to drive.
George Springer twisting his hips and now steps into the box, the leadoff hitter for the Blue Jays. A deep breath from Springer, shaking back and forth, maybe trying to stay warm here. It's a cool night in the Bronx. Schmidt with an abbreviated wind, kicks, delivers, and misses outside, ball 1. Time of the first pitch, 7:11 Eastern. Temperature is 11 degrees Celsius and cloudy in New York. The 1-0 outside, 2-0. Couple of early cutters from Clark Schmidt. Here's the 2-0. Called strike, looked off the plate inside. There's 96 though from Schmidt, who doesn't usually sit there but can hit it at times. Bleacher creatures in full effect so far. The 2-1. Called strike 2. If you're a believer in the strike box, all 4 pitches have been balls so far. It's Lance Barksdale behind the plate with Angel Hernandez at first, Nick Lentz at second, Emil Jimenez is the umpire at third. The 2-2. Inside, ball 3, appeal down to first on the check swing, no swing full count.
Well, early on, Clark Schmidt is showing some really good stuff. A couple 94-mile-an-hour cutters and those really tough sinkers at 96 inside to George Springer. I'm sure he doesn't like that on this cold night.
Springer batting 143 so far this year, 2 homers. The 3-2. Line shot to right field, sinking toward the corner. Fair ball, bouncing deep into that right field corner at Yankee Stadium. Springer's into second, and for the second day in a row, he's got a leadoff double to start the game.
And to be successful as a major league hitter, that's exactly the at-bat that you need to have. You lay off the tough pitches, and then Clark Schmidt leaves that 96-mile-an-hour sinker right down the middle, and George Springer drills it down the right field line. Actually, that landed right on the line.
Oh, yeah. It took a little bit of chalk off the line deep in the right field corner. Blue Jays didn't score Springer, though, when he had the leadoff double yesterday. First pitch to Guerrero. Good fastball on the inside edge for strike 1.
Well, yesterday, when Vlad was in this exact same situation, he swung at the first pitch and hit a weak ground ball to first base. He moved the runner over, but that's not what Vlad's getting paid to do. He's getting paid to drive balls.
Swings and misses at a ball outside to make it no balls and 2 strikes. Fooled there by the sweeper. For Schmidt, it's going to be a lot of sinker sweeper to righties, and then you're going to see a little bit more cutter curve to lefties, but he'll throw all of them to every hitter. Runner on second, the 0-2. Vladdy takes a pitch now, the same one that he just swung at. He lays off. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Guerrero with the head and neck cover, protecting from the cold. He, along with pretty much every Blue Jay today, long blue sleeves as well. 1-2 pitch rolled softly up the middle. Volpe coming over near the bag, picks it up at short, throws over to first. And there's 1 out. Springer did advance over to third on the play.
And you can see George Springer clapping his hands, celebrating that he's standing on third base with just 1 out. But still, Vlad needs to make good contact on fastballs. He's swinging at pitches that are out of the zone. That fastball right there, yes, it was 96 and it was sinking, but it started off the plate. If it's never on the plate, you should never swing at it.
Infield coming in. Here's Bo Bichette, the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Bichette in a familiar spot. He was up with 1 out and a runner on third in the top of the first yesterday and struck out against Marcus Stroman. He and Vlad would combine for an 0-for-10 day for the Blue Jays yesterday. 0-1, swing and a miss at a pitch outside. 0-2.
And there's a pitch again that never was on the plate. It started off the plate and slid even further away, but Bo still flailed at it.
Bichette coming off the season in which he hit .306, but starting the year just 120 through the first 8 games. Schmidt steps off the rubber. Bichette takes a step back, now taps the plate and spins around the bat again. Springer with the leadoff on the foul side of the third baseline. The 0-2 bounce, nice backhand pick by the youngster Wells. That one got way away from Clark Schmidt and nearly scored Springer without the Blue Jays having to put a ball in play.
Yeah, that was almost lucky. That's one of those picks that you say, oh, look what I found.
Bounce right in the middle of the lefty batter's box. 1-2 to Bichette. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Deja vu for the Blue Jays, who will now ask Justin Turner to try and drive in the first run of the game with a runner on third and 2 outs.
Well, if there's one guy I want at the plate right now, it's Justin Turner. But you have to put the bat on the ball in those situations. You have to drive the ball somewhere. You don't have to necessarily hit the ball hard, but you have to make contact. You cannot strike out there.
No score, top of the first, Blue Jays and Yankees. The pitch. Turner swings and misses, strike 1. A career-high 96 driven in for Turner last year. 4 driven in so far in 8 games. All 4 of those coming in the series finale against Tampa Bay on Sunday. The 0-1. High and inside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Clark Schmidt definitely has a little bit more giddy up on his fastball tonight. I don't remember seeing him at 96 with that good sink.
Yeah, he's been 95, 96 more often than he was last year when he averaged a little bit more 94. The 1-1. Turner slices it foul, another 95, and it's 1-2.
And this is when you really have to bear down. You really have to fight. You can't leave that guy at third base.
Springer with the leadoff double. Trying to avoid being stranded at third for the second straight day in the top of the first. It's Turner at the plate, 2 outs, 1 ball, 2 strike count. Schmidt kicks, delivers, and misses high. Trying to get Turner to chase a cutter. Now it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Turner, one of the few guys without a neck warmer for the Blue Jays. Couple buttons undone on the jersey. The 2-2. Fouled back. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes.
That's a tough fastball sinking in on the hands, and Justin Turner, he does that quite often, but he's able to foul off that tough pitch. A lot of guys would just swing through that fastball.
Turner gets back in the box. Holds his bat straight up and leans back. Schmidt's 20th pitch of the first inning. High ball 3. Daniel Vogelback is the on-deck hitter for the Blue Jays if Turner can extend the inning. Scoreless game, top of the first. Schmidt's going to take a walk for a moment here. Palm up the baseball. He doesn't have the long sleeves on or anything else to protect from the cold right now. Presses his glove up to his chest. The 3-2. Turner with a ground ball to short. Picked up by Volpe. Double clutches, throws to first. And strands Springer at third. The leadoff double turns into nothing. Scoreless game. Kevin Gausman coming out in the bottom of the first inning to take on the Yankees. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
He doesn't throw fastballs. He throws fuego. He has the focus and agility of a Shaolin monk.
Gold glover Jose Barrios.
He's not just a pitcher. He's a machine. He defends the field and our city's honor.
He is one of the best defensively out on the mound.
Jose Barrios is as good as gold. Celebrate Jose's golden accomplishment with the Jose Barrios Gold Glove Bobblehead. Friday, April 12th. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
That ball is gone. Third home run in 4 batters for the Blue Jays.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. No score, bottom of the first inning, Blue Jays and Yankees. Kevin Gausman takes the mound against Gleyber Torres, Juan Soto, and Aaron Judge for New York. Brian Servin will work with Gausman behind the plate. It's the right-handed hitting Torres in the box right now. Gausman asks for a new baseball, adjusts his cap, and gets on the rubber. Bouncing on his front left foot, here's the pitch. It's a changeup, it looked like, at the top of the zone for strike one. That pitch just at 88, didn't have the splitter movement. It's a rare pitch for him, but I think he snuck one past Torres. Here's the 0-1. Splitter hit to left field. Coming in, Varsho will make the catch to his left. 1 out.
Well, I think he's trying to get away from the ambush. He saw Jose Altuve in the last series just ambush a fastball early on in this ball game. A lot of starters probably will never throw an off-speed pitch number one in a ball game. Kevin Gausman there just mixes in that good changeup for strike one.
Well, he did also throw the splitter at 80, which is pretty soft for him, so we'll keep an eye on that. Here's Juan Soto, first pitch. Swing and a miss, strike one. That one at 87 again. I honestly can't tell you if that's his fastball way slower than it usually is or if he's throwing that change. He hasn't thrown a 90-mile-per-hour pitch yet. Granted, he's only thrown 3. Here's the 0-1. Called strike. That one 91 right on the outside edge to make it 0-2.
And Juan Soto was actually looking in the dugout asking a question. I'm sure he was asking, is that his fastball? And then he looked up to the scoreboard at the velocity. He was probably wondering what was going on as well.
The 0-2. Splitter misses outside. 84 is a little more like it for the splitter. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Brian Servant's the catcher, as I mentioned. Vladimir Guerrero at first with Ernie Clement at second. Bo Bichette plays short. Justin Turner at third. You heard Varsho in left. It's Kiermaier in center. And Springer in right. 1-2. Splitter a little bit low. Soto shuffling in the box, nodding his head as he steps back. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Although the velo is a little bit down, that splitter still is moving all over the place.
Soto bouncing his bat off his left shoulder, awaiting the pitch from Gausman, who kicks, fires, and it's lined foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 92 on that fastball, the hardest pitch he's thrown so far today.
I think that first pitch might have been a fastball. The more I think about it, because his fastball has been 90-92 so far, that first pitch was 88.
It's just so far off what he averages. The 2-2 splitter misses low, 3-2. I mean, he's more of a low to mid 90s average, like 93, 94. Soto's going to ask for time and kick some dirt around in the box before stepping out. Just a little bit dumbfounded, to be honest, at the velocity of Gausman. 1 out, bases empty, the 3-2. Low ball 4. Juan Soto, who's led Major League Baseball in walks 3 times in his career, walks here in the first inning, and there's 1 on with 1 out for Aaron Judge.
Yeah, that was a good at-bat from Juan Soto. Obviously, you don't want to put him on. You want to make good pitches there, but I'm wondering if something's off. He's been 90-92 with his fastball. It's not that cold. It's 9 degrees in New York City right now. If it was 2 or 3 or 4 degrees, I would be questioning whether the weather has something to do with it, but 9 isn't really that cold.
Delivers a 91-mile-per-hour fastball right down the middle to Aaron Judge for strike 1. Second start of the season for Gausman, who only had 1 spring start, although this was not something that was going on in his spring start, the low velocity. Here's the 0-1. 93 on the fastball, right on the outside edge for strike 2.
There it is. That makes me feel a little bit better. I'll take a 93 all day long.
Still, though, he can top out in the high 90s. I mean, we've seen him at times throw 97, maybe even 98. Runner on first, 1 out, no score. The 0-2 to Judge. Splitter hit high to left field. Varsho looking up. Out of here. Second home run of the season for Aaron Judge. Bounces into the bullpen.
That splitter from Kevin Gausman was supposed to be outside, but it came back over and on the inside part of the plate. Aaron Judge loves that part of the plate, and he didn't miss it.
2 home runs now for Judge in his last 3 games after a slow start to the year. And the Yankees will take an early advantage. They didn't score at all yesterday. They got the scoring done early here today.
And you can hear the crowd chanting MVP, MVP.
First pitch to Anthony Rizzo, low ball 1.
They would love for Aaron Judge to get back to form. He's currently hitting 194.
That's including the home run he just hit. 2-0 Yankees, though, because of Judge. Bottom of the first, 1 out, bases empty, the 1-0 to Rizzo. Splitter drops in, strike 1. Anthony Rizzo went 1 for 4 yesterday. He's just off to a .226 start, no homers. 1-1. Left-handed hitter lofts the ball to right field. Very shallow right. It's Vladdy shuffling back out onto the grass. The first baseman makes the catch. 2 outs.
Gausman missed his spot again. Servin was set up outside, and that fastball was actually on the inside part of the plate, almost black on the inside, and that's where Rizzo does damage. He just missed that ball flying out to Vlad at first base. Sorry, popping out to Vlad at first base.
So 2 down now. Here's Giancarlo Stanton with the bases empty. 2-0 Yankees, back half of the first. Stanton swings at the first pitch he sees and hits a hot shot to right. Springer at the wall, leaps. It's out of here. Sneaking over the wall, Giancarlo Stanton with a solo homer. Springer went up to try and rob it, but just couldn't bring it in. It's 3-0 Yankees.
And Stanton got those big, long arms extended. That was a fastball on the outside part of the plate. Looked like he got it just off the end of the bat, but he's so strong that he just lifts it out into those bleachers in right field. George Springer actually got a glove on it, I think.
He was contending with fans that didn't reach into the field of play, but kind of reached in his way. And now the umpires are discussing this. I mean, there was, without a doubt, contact between fans and George Springer as he tried to catch that ball.
This is a crew chief review of a home run call on the field.
I'm not sure that they reached into the field of play, and if it is over the wall, they're entitled to do what they want to do. But that'll be up to the umpires here, who look at this play as Springer was trying to make a catch. His glove and a fan's glove contacted a bit. I don't anticipate it being overturned. What do you think?
No, they won't overturn this. It didn't look like they reached out over the fence and kind of impeded George Springer catching that ball. It was almost like George Springer went into the stance to try to take their ball. Yeah, this won't be overturned.
Again, looks at it right now at Yankee Stadium. Springer fighting with one fan who was going forward with bare hands and another whose glove got tangled up with his.
They're actually showing the fan who tried to catch the ball, and he's saying, no, of course, I didn't reach out.
The call on the field stands. It was a home run.
So it's a solo homer for Giancarlo Stanton. Second home run of the inning makes it 3-0 Yankees. Still 2 outs. Base is empty. Alex Verdugo, the left-handed hitter, coming to the plate. Verdugo, a .264 hitter last year with 13 homers, 54 RBIs. The pitch. Fastball at 89 for strike one. And this is going to be interesting to see how they manage this. I mean, there's something going on right now that Kevin Gausman has not thrown his fastball even close to what he averages. The 0-1. Splitter fouled back at 81, and it's 0-2.
Well, the only thing I can think of is he's not bouncing back as quickly as he would if he's completely healthy. He's not hurt. He would have come out of this game if he was hurt.
He had an extra day's rest.
I know, but he's not. He would have come out if he was actually hurt. And Pete would have come out to the mound to talk to him. They see the velo on the scoreboard.
0-2 fastball at 93 is low, 1-2.
Yeah, they just showed Pete staring at the scoreboard. He's looking at the velo, probably wondering what is going on. But if he thought something was actually going on, he'd be out on that mound right now.
Gausman bouncing on his left foot, delivers the 1-2. It's outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. '21st pitch of the first inning for Gausman. Grounded to the right side. Picked up by Guerrero. He'll step on the bag and end the inning. Judge and Stanton hit homers to make it 3-0 Yankees at the end of 1. We go to the top of the second. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Comedy Central Radio brings you the biggest names in comedy. All day long, you'll hear the best stand-up comedy from Comedy Central's massive library.
Do you ever ask an adult what they did over the weekend and they say they didn't do anything? Their faces light up.
Every weeknight, you'll hear 2 half-hours of comedy for your drive home.
The other day, I got jealous of a dog's thigh gap. I'm not proud of that.
Comedy Central Radio, Sirius XM 95. Your home for incredible stand-up comedy. Search comedy on the all-new Sirius XM app.
This is CJ Nikowski. Join me, Ryan Spilborghs, and Brad Lidge every weekday at 2 p.m. Eastern as we give you the player's perspective of what's happening in baseball.
He is possessed every time he goes out there right now. This is crazy.
There's this energy that certain players bring.
It's Loud Outs every weekday at 2 p.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM, Channel 89, and the all-new SiriusXM app.
There is no competition in soccer quite like the UEFA Champions League. And it's on SiriusXM FC.
Kylian Mbappe delivering when it matters most.
The stakes are higher now in the knockout stage, where one goal can transform a club's trajectory.
Jude Bellingham's driving, scores!
And one performance can turn a star into an immortal.
Erling Haaland has 5!
It's the Champions League knockout stage, and all the top matches are on SiriusXM FC 157 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win whichever fantasy sport you play. Right now on Channel 87 and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Radio Network.
The second inning is presented by Bet365. Download the Bet365 app for today's baseball odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly, Ontario only. The pitch to Daniel Vogelbach is in there, strike one. We're underway in the second. 3-0 Yankees over Blue Jays. Vogelbach making just his second start of the year. DHs and bats from the left side. The 0-1. Inside, ball one. I'm Ben Schulman. To my left, Chris LaRue. Vogelbach started in Game 3 of the Tampa Bay series when the Blue Jays lost 5-1. That is only other start. The 1-1. Down and in, 2-1. So far this season, Vogelbach 1 for 5 with a walk. The 2-1. High and outside, 3 balls and 1 strike.
And you can see just how patient he is. In a 2-1 count, you don't want to swing at something outside of your zone, something that you can drive, and he had no problem taking that pitch.
3-1 pitch over the heart of the plate, taken for strike 2. Leadoff hitter at the top of the second, Vogelbach. Here's the payoff. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Tied up by a cutter in on the hands. Second Schmidt strikeout today.
And that is a good cutter from Schmidt. 93 miles an hour in off the plate. Looked like a strike and then kind of just comes in on him at the last second.
That'll set Vogelbach down, make it 1 out with the bases empty for yesterday's hero, Ernie Clement. The pitch. Clement takes strike 1. Ernie, who's hitting in the 270s this year, hit his first home run of the season. Now he lines the ball to left center field. On the run, Verdugo. It's past him and rolling in to the left center field gap. Up against the wall, picked up by Judge. Standing at second base is Ernie Clement with a double.
And he's a guy that keeps on hitting. He's driving everything. Even his out yesterday was driven to center field. Clark Schmidt leaves that fastball right over the middle of the plate, and Ernie Clement just drives it into the gap in left center. And he is on one.
Clement now batting over 300 on the year, 333 his average so far this season. Here's Dalton Varsho. Left-handed hitter for the Blue Jays. Runner on second, 1 out the pitch. Varsho fouls it back, 0-1. 3-0 Yankees here. Clement's got some speed. This is an interesting situation to maybe try and go after a stolen base. Third baseman Oswaldo Cabrera plays significantly off the line with the Yankees shifting Varsho to pull. The 0-1. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Although it's not ideal because Dalton Varsho is a left-handed hitter. Clear lane for Austin Wells to throw to third base. But if Ernie Clement gets a good jump, go ahead and take a base.
The 1-1. Fouled back, 1-2.
And And Dalton Varsho kind of just waved at that pitch. It was almost like it was a 2-strike approach there. I mean, I think he's lost right now. We heard in spring training that he was laying off the pitch down and away, laying off that pitch up around the hands. But it seems like he's swinging at that pitch again.
Varsho behind in the count now. Can't afford to be selective at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Schmidt just taking his time after getting a new baseball. In the set, the 1-2. Fouled back. Still 1 ball and 2 strikes. Varsho blowing on his right hand. He's used to the cold, a guy growing up in Wisconsin. Spent time in Philadelphia as well. His dad, the bench coach there, bench coach for the Pittsburgh Pirates too. It's still Clement on second and 1 out. The 1-2 again. Way outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Breaking ball backed up on Schmidt. Varsho drove in 61 runs last year, hit 20 homers. The 2-2. Ground ball foul, still 2 balls and 2 strikes. Couple of 2-strike foul balls here for Varsho to extend this at bat. Blue Jays trailing 3-0. Top of the second inning, 1 out, and Ernie Clement on second after his 1-out double. Schmidt staring at Clement, turns his attention to the plate. The 2-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Varsho goes down, and there are 2 outs.
And Kevin Gossman's sitting in the dugout with some a heating pad on his shoulder. I don't know what's going on there.
Gossman's velocity down dramatically in the first inning. We'll see what he looks like coming out for the second. Here's Brian Serven right now for the Blue Jays, though. Trailing 3-0, runner on second, 2 outs, top of the second. The pitch. At the knees, strike 1. Serven signing a minor league deal with the Blue Jays this spring. Played with Colorado for each of the last 2 years. A little bit of time in the majors last year, 11 games. The 0-1. Ground ball left side on the backhand side, picked up by Cabrera. Throws from foul territory and makes it there in time to retire Serven. Another double stranded by the Blue Jays, and after an inning and a half, they're down 3-0 in the Bronx. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Truck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2-minute truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2-minute-truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks. So give us a call today.
The Blue Jays are inviting you to work from Dome. Put it in your calendar. 307 weekday starts this season. You can work from Dome with friends or coworkers at Rogers Center. It's a game changer. Make the ballpark your office for the afternoon. Work from Dome, 307 weekday starts. Let's touch base. Check out ticket options on bluejays.com/workfromdome.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Hey, this is Tim Meza. You're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the second inning in the Bronx, the Blue Jays trailing 3-0 and hoping for a little bit more velocity potentially from Kevin Gausman. His first inning, an interesting one. He gave up home runs to Aaron Judge and Giancarlo Stanton and was throwing his fastball at just an average of 90.8 miles an hour, a little bit below 91. He's a guy who last year averaged almost 95 miles an hour. So we'll monitor that as 7, 8, 9 come up for the Yankees in the bottom of the second, starting with the right-handed hitter, Anthony Volpe. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Here's the first pitch. Volpe shows bunt and bunts it foul up the third baseline, 0-1, and that looked like it was an 86-mile-per-hour fastball.
Yeah, well, the biggest difference between throwing 95 and throwing 90 is there's no room for error. And you saw that with Giancarlo Stanton. If that ball was 95 miles an hour, it would have got by him. He would have fouled it back, something like that. But he's able to just get the barrel on it and hit it for a home run. So if Kevin Gausman is throwing 90 miles an hour and dotting that fastball all over the place, he can get through this game in 5 or 6 innings. But if it's kind of leaking back over the middle of the plate, he's going to have a long day.
It's tough to live that way when you're essentially a 2-pitch pitcher. The 0-1. Flipped in the breaking ball for strike 2. That's his third pitch. But he doesn't use it a ton. Just the first one used today. 0-2 count against Volpe. Here's the right-on-right offering. Splitter inside, 1-2. Volpe only hit .209 last year, hitting .423 to start this season. He faces a 1-2. And fouls off the splitter, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
And Kevin Gausman kind of just grimaced and started walking around the mound slowly. Pete Walker's still in the dugout. It's not a good sign when a pitcher does that after a pitch, especially a split finger. That puts a lot of stress on your arm.
Something's not right. I don't know if he's hurt, but something's not right. The 1-2 is inside, 2-2.
It almost looks like he's just going through the motions out there. He's not at 100%, even with his just effort level.
2-2 pitch. Called strike 3. A fastball in there. Volpe complaining about a pitch that was right down the middle. And that's the first down.
Well, it actually looked like it crossed up Servin. It got him in the thumb. That ball was right down the middle. That was clearly a strike, but it looked like Servin got it in the thumb because of a cross-up.
And Aaron Boone is now checking on something. They want to challenge here. They're going to challenge catcher's interference here.
Oh, that's what it was. That ball didn't get him in the thumb. That bat got him in the wrist.
Oh, that was an awkward swing there from Anthony Volpe. I mean, that wasn't like he stopped his bat. It was far back.
New York is challenging that there was catcher's interference.
And now they'll take a look at it.
I think it was catcher's interference after the fact, which isn't catcher's interference.
I was thinking, usually catcher's interference, the guy is swinging toward the plate and it hits it before the ball gets there. Not the catcher catches the ball and then the bat hits the catcher in the glove.
Yeah, no, this call won't be overturned.
I mean, he took that pitch and then half swung and clipped the glove.
I'm pretty sure this will be an easy call. But I've been wrong before.
Haven't we all? As it stands, it's called strike 3 against Volpe.
But again, that was a 91-mile-an-hour fastball right down the middle that Volpe was fooled on. Not something we see from Kevin Gausman very often.
Angel Hernandez and home plate umpire Lance Barksdale waiting right now for a ruling. Should have a good signal. The call is coming from New York after all.
After review, the call on the field is overturned. There's catcher's interference.
And that's
New York
catcher's
retains their
interference.
challenge.
So Anthony Volpe.
Here comes John Schneider.
Swings in a situation in which he would never have been able to hit the baseball. Hits the glove. And that's going to be catcher's interference.
Yeah, and John Schneider comes out of the dugout. He wants some clarification. I think we all want some clarification after that. Servin is asking why that was catcher's interference. John Schneider's still on the field.
You could overhear Servin a little bit there saying, I already caught it and he hit my wrist. But it goes as an error on Brian Servin.
Yeah, that was a strange one.
No at bat for Volpe. He's on first, leadoff base runner. Austin Wells to the plate. 3-0 Yankees, bottom of the second. The pitch. Fastball low, 1-0. First at bat for Wells this series, left-handed hitting catcher. Good mustache. The 1-0. Runner goes, called strike, throw down to second. Volpe's in there. Stolen base for Anthony Volpe.
Yeah, that was a really good throw. A strong throw from Servin. Looked like Kevin Gossman did a full leg lift. Didn't really give Servin a chance, but really good throw from Servin right on the money at second base.
Volpe picked a good pitch to run on for his first stolen base of the year, an 82-mile-per-hour splitter. So now runner on second, the 1-1. Low, 2 balls and 1 strike. Volpe coming off a 24 stolen base season. Blue Jays with their backs against the wall early, down 3-0 and a runner in scoring position. Gausman throwing softer than we've really ever seen him as a Blue Jay. He's staring at the runner, the 2-1. This low fastball up to 91 there. It's 3 balls and 1 strike.
Every time I see the back of Volpe, and it's number 11, I can't help but think Brett Gardner. I don't know why. He's still in my head.
Here's the 3-1 inside. And that's going to be ball 4. Runners on first and second. And Gardner did rock that number 11 from 2008 to 2021. So
long time.
Don't blame me there. Back-to-back base runners reach for the Yankees, and one of their biggest surprises of the season coming up now. Oswaldo Cabrera, who at least some around the Yankees had told me didn't necessarily come into camp with a guaranteed spot on this major league team, comes up now batting .346 on the year, 2 home runs already. He hit 6 home runs all of last season. Switch hitter bats from the left side with 2 on, nobody out. 3-0 Yankees, bottom of 2. The pitch. Squares to bunt, pulls it back, and it's called ball 1. Appeal down to first. He got the bat back in time, says third base umpire Emil Jimenez, so it's 1-0.
Yeah, Cabrera is a career .230 hitter with only 13 big league homers.
Infield at double play depth, the 1-0. Fastball called strike 1. Landed right at the same spot that the splitter did. But that one called a strike. The first one called a ball. Volpe leads off second. Leading off first is Wells. Cabrera bunts the 1-1, but it's foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes, and now you'd assume, and especially with how he's done so far this year, they'll let Cabrera swing away.
Yeah, if I was hitting .346, I'd want to swing away with a 2-strike count. I'd want to swing away with an 0-0 count.
Yankees trying to avoid the double play, though, at the top of the order coming up, potentially. Cabrera rests the bat on his left shoulder. The 1-2. Fastball low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Warming up for the Blue Jays, the right-hander Mitch White. Kevin Gausman's velocity down about 4 miles an hour today. The 2-2. Splitter misses outside, 3-2. And I'm not sure his day's going to last a whole lot longer.
No, it doesn't look like there's much concern from John Schneider or Pete Walker, but clearly with Mitch White warming up in the bullpen, they have at least a little bit of concern. They might not be showing it, though.
3-2 pitch. Line shot to left field. Down for a base hit. Varsho fields it on a hop. Stopping at third, Volpe. The throw bounces into the plate. And the Yankees have the bases loaded with nobody out.
Yeah, that was just an elevated splitter at 81 miles an hour. Cabrera does a great job going the other way. But if Kevin Gausman's going to get through this inning, he needs to keep that ball down. That was an elevated pitch. And if you're not throwing as hard as you normally do, you have to at least throw good pitches and have command of those pitches. And that splitter was up in the zone.
Pete Walker talking right now with Kevin Gausman. Gausman's a guy who usually relies heavily upon swings and misses. His velocity certainly plays a part in that. And he has generated just a single swing and miss so far. First time through the order. He'll have to contend with Gleyber Torres for the second time today with the bases loaded and nobody out. Blue Jays look comfortable trading 2 outs for a run. Everyone playing a little bit behind the line in the infield for Toronto. Torres taps the plate and is ready to go. 3-0 Yankees, bases loaded, nobody out, bottom of the second. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike one.
And he gassed that one up at 92.
Which is 3 miles per hour less than his average.
Gleyber was actually thinking split. He was behind that fastball. That fastball was middle.
40th pitch of the day coming here for Kevin Gausman. Fastball at 94. That's his hardest so far today. It's 0-2. Mitch White continues to warm up for the Blue Jays. They did not see this coming. The 0-2. Down and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes again at 94. So the velocity at least ticking up here for Gausman. He adjusts his cap, nods as he's got the sign. Bounces, kicks, fires home. Splitter in the dirt at 85. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, his velocity is ticking up at least a couple of miles per hour on each pitch. 85 for the split, 94 with the fastball. I mean, obviously he has another gear that he's not using.
I don't know if he's using that because he knows he's about to come out of the game and he couldn't do it consistently. The 2-2. 95, but a little bit low. 3-2. Personally, I would not go to question the effort of Kevin Gausman, a guy who's pitched really as well as anyone over the last 4 seasons, but something just not right now. Bases loaded, full count, nobody outs. The 3-2. Fouled back. Still 3 balls and 2 strikes.
And the only thing you have to worry about, I guess, is these are high-stress pitches. Every pitch he's been throwing in this game are high-stress pitches, and that's obviously putting stress on his arm and his body.
I'm worried about a lot of things, I'll be honest with you. I mean, this whole start is bizarre from Kevin Gausman. Throwing about 3.5 miles per hour, less than usual on his fastball. Bases loaded, nobody out. And the payoff pitch again. Fouled off once again.
And I have to say, he's making good pitches this at-bat. 94, 95 with the fastball, 85 with the split. He's locating his fastball. I don't know if he's loose now or maybe he just knows that this is his last hitter, like you said, and he's coming out of this ball game after Gleyber Torres.
Three, 2 once more fouled back. He has been pretty consistent with the 94s now.
And another well-located fastball down and away. Gleyber Torres barely gets a piece of it and fouls it back. He looks like himself now. At least this at bat anyways.
47th pitch coming. Hit well to left center field. Varsho going back at the track, makes the catch as he crashes into the wall. Tagging from third, coming in to score, Volpe. Bichette gets the relay throw and runs it back into the infield. Moving up from second to third was Austin Wells. It's a sac fly for Torres and a near miss on a grand slam.
Yeah, that's the difference between 93, like that fastball, and 89, like he was throwing earlier in the game to Giancarlo Stanton and Aaron Judge. If he doesn't throw that ball 93 miles an hour, that's about 20 rows deep in left center.
Nice play by Varsho as well, who had to keep an eye out for the bullpen. Got a little bit off the ground as he made that catch. And they'll leave Gausman in there now to face Juan Soto. 4-0 Yankees, 1 out, runners on the corners, bottom of the second. He walked Soto back in the first. The pitch. Splitter low, 1-0.
And I have to admit, that splitter right now is nasty. It's moving all over the place. It's a tick slower than usual, but it has a lot of downward action to it.
Averaging 82 in this game. It's typically averages 86 miles an hour. The 1-0. Low again, and it bounces away from Servin. Coming to the plate, Wells. The throw is over the head of Gausman. Moving up to second, Oswaldo Cabrera. A wild pitch plates a fifth Yankee run. And Gausman continues to have some issues, although that one probably a pass ball.
Yeah, that was a catchable ball from Servin, but that kind of shows you just how much that ball is moving. That was a very, very good split down in the zone. And Servin has a tough time catching it, but that is a catchable ball. He needs to catch that ball 9 out of 10 times. And when I say that, I mean 10 out of 10 times.
First time Servin is catching Gausman in a major league game. Gausman's going to kick the knee up, spin around, and not throw back to second. 5-0 Yankees, 1 out. 2-0 count to Juan Soto, bottom of the second inning. Soto grounds the ball to the right side, through the hole and in right field, a base hit. Coming around third, Cabrera. He'll sprint in to score. 6-0 Yankees with just 1 out in the bottom of the second inning.
And Soto actually broke his bat on that base hit, but he somehow found a hole between first and second, and here comes John Schneider.
Kevin Gausman looked really off today. Threw about 3-4 miles per hour on average. Less than usual. Only records 4 outs and gives up 6 runs, and you hope that it's just a one-off and not something worse. Mitch White coming into the game with a runner on first and 1 out, bottom of the second. Let's go over to baseball control. Here's Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Ben. Let's check out that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. We'll check out some finals, which are already in the books. A busy Saturday across Major League Baseball. The Athletics blanking the Tigers 4-0 in Detroit. The Guardians beating the Twins 3-1. David Fry with a 3-run bomb to account for all the Cleveland scoring in that game. Some not so positive news. The 2020 AL Cy Young winner Shane Bieber will undergo Tommy John surgery and will be out for the season. That was before first pitch today. A couple other finals as well. Cardinals beat the Marlins 3-1. The Dodgers beat the Cubs 4-1. And the Orioles lose to the Pirates. Pittsburgh led that game 3-0. The Orioles stormed back. Cedric Mullins with a bullet to first base that allowed Jordan to make a dive across home to tie the game at 3 in the 9th inning. The game goes to extras. The Pirates do hold on. They get an RBI single in the 11th from O'Neal Cruz. They win 5-4 in extras. Astros at Rangers, the Battle of Texas. Perhaps the best 2 teams in that division. Astros up 2-1 on the Rangers early in that game. Rays taking on the Rockies as well. That game will start in about 10 minutes. Tyler Alexander, Ryan Feltner, your pitching matchup. Feltner will go for Colorado, who got a walk-off grand slam from Ryan McMahon last night. Beat the Rays. Red Sox at Angels. That game starts in about 90 minutes. Pablo Reyes slots into the lineup for Trevor Story, who looked to take a nasty tumble on a diving grab yesterday. Garrett Whitlock will start for Boston. Reed Detmers will go for Los Angeles. In the National Hockey League, it's hockey night tonight. Leafs in Montreal taking on the Habs. Zeros right now in Montreal. You can watch it on Sportsnet and the CBC. Leafs Talk will follow on YouTube and Sportsnet Plus after the final buzzer. Blue Jays trail right now in New York. Let's get back to the action. Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you, Show. Mitch White's first pitch is outside to Aaron Judge, 1-0. 6-0 Yankees on an odd start day for Kevin Gausman, who didn't nearly have the velocity that he was used to having and fell on some tough luck in the process as well. Judge homered off Gausman in the first inning. Here's White's offering. It's a line shot to right field for a base hit. One hops into the outfield. Juan Soto, who's on first, moves up to second, and it's first and second with one out. 6-0 still for the Yankees.
Again, another broken bat for the New York Yankees. Aaron Judge gets that off the end of the bat and kind of just finds that hole between first and second. Tough luck for Mitch White.
White will be asked to cover a ton of innings today. Paulo Espino, who was brought up yesterday with Wes Parsons being designated for assignment, likely to pitch in this game as well. Anthony Rizzo, the batter now. And the pitch. Line drive caught at second. Clement flips over to the bag. Soto's doubled off. Soto was caught too far away, and that will be a 4-6 double play to end the inning. Clement catches the liner, doubles up Soto, but the Yankees score 3. They lead 6-0 at the end of 2. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Everyone dreams of owning their own personal slice of heaven. Now you can, thanks to Fixed Rate Pizza by Pizza Pizza. Until the end of 2024, lock into an extra-large 4-topping pizza at a fixed price of $17.99. No matter how bad food prices get this year, your pizza price stays. So why not say no to surge pricing and yes to Fixed Rate Pizza? Order now from Pizza Pizza.
Order pizzapizza.ca.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Fastball painted at the bottom of the zone, and that's back-to-back strikeouts.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Kevin Kiermaier leads off for the Blue Jays. Top of the third inning, 6-0 for the Yankees over Toronto. Clark Schmidt about to throw his pitches in this third inning, brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Barrie and Aurelia. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com, Canada's #1 rust protection. The pitch to Kiermaier. Outside, ball 1. Interesting day for Kevin yesterday. Was in the starting lineup, pulled late due to lower back tightness. The 1-0. High 2-0. But then John Schneider told the media before today's game, as the game went on, he started to feel better, was hitting in the cage, and so they actually brought him in as a defensive sub when the Blue Jays were up 3-0 in the ninth. 2-0. Called strike, a pitch below the knees that Schmidt gets a call on. It's 2-1. Kiermaier, Springer, Guerrero due up. 2-1 pitch. Called strike 2. Kiermaier with blue sleeves contrasted by his red elbow guard. 2-2 pitch. Bounced up the middle softly. Charging in. Bare hand try by Cabrera. He can't come up with it. The third baseman almost started in the shortstop position, so he was the closest to it up the middle, but he couldn't make the bare hand pickup, and it'll be an infield single for Kevin Kiermaier.
Yeah, I'm sure the cold weather doesn't help with trying to pick that ball up. But tough play by Cabrera. Obviously, Kiermaier with some speed probably wouldn't have gotten him anyways. That was a really slow roller.
Yeah, you kind of have to make the perfect play there to get a guy with the sprint speed that Kevin Kiermaier has. He's on first. The pitch to George Springer is inside, ball one. Join in on Major League Baseball's biggest 50-50. All proceeds help Jay's Care give kids the backgrounds and abilities to play baseball. You'll also have the chance to win the mega jackpot, already over $570,000. Get your tickets at bluejays.com/5050 from anywhere in Ontario or Nova Scotia. Next pitch inside, and it's 2-0 to Springer. Well, it feels like a long time ago at this point, this 6-0 game, but Springer doubled to start this game. We're here now in the top of the third. Runner on first, no outs. The pitch. Called strike.
And I actually like that take right there. That ball was a strike, but it was a slider. It was on the inside part of the plate, not his pitch, not the pitch that he likes to drive. So maybe he's turning a corner. Maybe he's having a better approach at the plate, better eye. I mean, he does have 2 doubles in the last couple days.
He was 1 for 3 yesterday with a double and 2 walks. Pretty good day at the plate. So far, 1 for 1 today. The 2-1. Fouled back, 2-2.
And there's a better swing. Pitch out over the plate. George gets a good piece of it. He's shaking his head like he's pretty confident. I like what I'm seeing.
Springer standing up tall. Now we'll tilt the bat back over his shoulder. The 2-2. Inside, ball 3. That's a tough take from Springer, a sinker that started on the plate and ran just inside.
Yeah, that might be one of those pitches where you're kind of fooled, and he's lucky that it ran off the inside part of the plate. That was a really good pitch, sinker at 95, down and in.
Guerrero on deck. It's Kiermaier on first. Was the lone Blue Jay stolen base this year. The 3-2. Outside, ball 4. Gets all the way to the backstop, but that won't matter. Wells back to pick it up. Kiermaier gets to second. Springer on first. 2 on and nobody out for Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
And again, Vlad coming up with people on base. He's not a guy that is paid to move runners over. He needs to wait for a pitch in the zone, his pitch that he can drive and do some damage with it.
Blue Jays would need a big swing here if they want to get back into the game. Down 6-0. It's still early, top of the third. First and second and nobody out. You're going to have a mound visit right now. Anthony Rizzo is in Austin Wells. Guerrero's 0 for 1 today with a ground out. Bounced the ball to shortstop back in the first. And he's hitting 167 so far this season with 1 home run, a solo shot.
And Vlad's 1 for his last 19.
First pitch. Guerrero pops it up. Third base side foul territory. Cabrera now backpedals into fair territory, makes the catch on the infield fly. Late call because he just got into fair territory at the last second. Guerrero retired on 1 pitch. Here comes Bichette.
And Vlad swings at that first pitch slider from Schmidt right down the middle. Not a bad pitch to swing on, but if I'm looking first pitch, I'm not looking at a slider down in the zone. I'm waiting for a fastball inner third that I can drive over the fence in left field, and you can just tell that Vlad's lost. As he's walking in the dugout, he's kind of just shaking his head.
Here's Bo Bichette with 1 out, runners on first and second. 6-0 Yankees, top of 3. The first pitch is stroked foul to the right side. 0-1. Bichette 0 for 1, struck out in the first inning. The pitch. Broken bat liner right side, through the hole and into right field, a base hit. Around third is Kiermaier. He'll have to stop there as that one was hit softly and Soto charged in quickly, but the bases are now loaded for the Blue Jays.
Another broken bat base hit to right field. That's the third base hit today in this ball game that there was a broken bat through that hole between first and second. Now the Blue Jays have something going on.
They'll look for a big swing out of Justin Turner. A Red Sox last year, so not the most popular guy at this ballpark. Blue Jays at Yankee Stadium trailing 6-0, 1 out, top of the third. The pitch to Turner is called strike one. Turner drove in 14 runs against the Yankees last year. The most he drove in against any team. He didn't even drive in 10 against any other team. He was specifically tough on New York. He takes a pitch outside to make it 1-1. A guy who seems to be elevated in the biggest moments too. A .340 career hitter with the bases loaded. 3 grand slams in the long, illustrious career of Justin Turner. Bases are full. Here's the 1-1. Line drive, left field, hangs up, and it's caught by Verdugo. Kiermaier's going to tag, and the throw to the plate cut off. So it is a sacrifice fly, a hot shot one at that. 107 miles per hour off the bat. 2 down.
And JT did not miss that ball. I thought that ball was going to drop in front of Verdugo, but he hit it so well that it stayed up. Justin Turner is seeing that ball very well right now. He just missed that ball, hit it right on the screws.
6-1 now, the Yankees over the Blue Jays, with Kiermaier coming in to score. Daniel Vogelbach to the plate. Runners on first and second. 2 outs, top of the third. Bichette leading off first. Springer leads off second. The pitch called strike one. Vogelbach spent last season with the New York Mets. Year and a half total with the Mets, being traded over midseason in 2022. Next pitch is looped to shallow center. Judge coming in, makes the catch, and ends the inning. The Blue Jays come up with 2 hits and 1 run, strand 2, and trail 6-1 middle of the third. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
They are among the greatest to ever play their sports.
Caitlin Clark is the all-time scoring leader.
They are legends and icons.
Larry Bird hit the shot with no second thought. I don't know how he did it.
And you can hear them right now on the all-new Sirius XM app.
We are here with Iowa superstar Caitlin Clark.
I'm so focused on winning. It's never anything I ever take for granted.
Here comes Larry Bird, the Hall of Famer, and he just won Legend of the Year.
Legend of the Year, isn't that something?
For access to the game's greats, rely on the leader in sports audio. Sirius XM and the Sirius XM app. Are you regretting eating that gas station hot dog? Yeah, we know. We've been there too. This is a message for baseball fans like you. Did you know that you get a channel that's talking baseball 24/7 as part of your Sirius XM subscription?
What?
Our lineup includes shows hosted by former big leaguers and executives. Plus, you'll hear from 17 managers each week. MLB Network Radio is on Sirius XM Channel 89, or just search MLB Network Radio on the SXM app. Sirius XM Sports. We're more than just a game.
The Busted Open podcast is now available on YouTube. This is Dave LaGreca, host of Busted Open, the #1 pro wrestling show on the planet. You can now watch and listen to the award-winning Busted Open podcast every single day on YouTube. Our best interviews, behind-the-scenes access, and some of our best content from the past. All available right now when you go to youtube.com/@BustedOpenPodcast. Subscribe right now.
In season or out of season, the #1 place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the third inning, Blue Jays and Yankees, 6-1 for the home New York Yankees. And they'll bat with Giancarlo Stanton, Alex Verdugo, and Anthony Volpe coming to the plate. Mitch White on the mound for Toronto in his second inning of work. Here's the pitch. Fouled back, 0-1. If you weren't with us earlier, Kevin Gausman struggled all day, especially maintaining his velocity. Averaged about 4 miles per hour fewer than he would usually throw, and gave up 6 runs in an inning and a third. The 0-1. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Stanton hit one of the 2 home runs that Gausman gave up in the first inning. A wall scraper that just got out in right field. 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball low, 2 balls and 1 strike. So those struggles prompted the 29-year-old White to come into the game. This is his second appearance of the year. Pitched 3 scoreless innings a couple days ago. The pitch. Low ball 3. That was on Sunday. Also in a game that Kevin Gausman started, Mitch White pitched 3 innings and actually picked up the win for the Blue Jays in their 9-2 win over Tampa Bay. The 3-1. Off the end of the bat, a roller into right center field for a base hit. Stanton is 2 for 2. Springer picks it up in right and sends it back in. And Verdugo will hit with a runner aboard in the bottom of the 3rd. Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. Hit a home run on your next home improvement. For a great selection of renovation products and quality brands, Timber Mart has the bases loaded for a grand slam on every project. Batter up. Timber Mart is Canada's building center. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. The pitch to the left-handed hitting Alex Verdugo. Popped up. Center field, drifting to left center. Kiermaier makes the catch. That one looked like it was carried out and left by the wind. There's one out.
And it looked like Kiermaier actually caught that where the left fielder normally stands.
Yeah, that's why I was assuming that because he just kept going
weird.
And going.
This game's been full of strange things.
Mitch White against Anthony Volpe now. Reached on a questionable catcher's interference last inning. The pitch. Ground ball, chopped to second, picked up by Clement. Throws over to second for 1. That's the only play they can make. Clement was running and falling away from the bag as he tossed it to second. Plus Stanton had a good legal slide into second in the path of Bichette.
I didn't even think that Ernie had a chance at second base. But he's so athletic. He makes that play and kind of turns and throws across his body to Bo. Didn't have a chance at first base, but Ernie Clement is showing that he can play all over the diamond.
Definitely a very good play by Clement, and worth noting that Giancarlo Stanton is not one of the faster guys in baseball at this point. First pitch to Austin Wells, called strike 1. Last season he was 4th percentile sprint speed in Major League Baseball. Alejandro Kirk was 2nd percentile, so in the same range. As the next pitch is outside to Austin Wells, 1-1 with a runner on first. 2 outs, 6-1 Yankees, bottom of the 3rd. Wells walked, came around to score in the 2nd inning. Guy who debuted in September of last year. The pitch. Fouled back, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Mitch White's recorded 4 outs in just 13 pitches so far. That's what the Blue Jays like to see, as they'll need to cover for the 1 inning and 1/3 start by Kevin Gausman. 1-2 pitch. Hit hard down the right field line. Foul ball. It 1 hops into the seats past the netting.
Giancarlo Stanton hasn't had a stolen base since 2020, and he had 1.
I was going to say, even that is like, I wonder if he was on the back leg of a double steal.
He used to be an incredible football player in high school, though. So
he's had a lot of knee injuries.
Of course.
That's been a big problem.
And they'd rather him just hit a homer and walk around the bases than get hurt again sliding into second.
Turn and a throw to first. Volpe, who can certainly steal, has a stolen base today, gets back standing.
But the year before that, 2019, he had 0.
Guerrero holding on Volpe at first. 2 outs, 6-1 Yankees. The 1-2 to Wells. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. White strikes him out and strands the lone base runner. It's still 6-1 Yankees as we go to the 4th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rush Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on Sirius XM. Let's go, man! We're back on the track Sunday,
2 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Cookout 400 from Martinsville Speedway.
Checker flag, baby. Yeah.
On Sirius XM NASCAR Radio Channel 90, in the car, and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Oh, yeah.
Get closer to everything that moves you wherever you are with the Sirius XM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer. Yeah.
Hi, this is Mike Tirico. The 2024 Masters Tournament is coming.
and you can hear all the action on Sirius XM.
It turned right into the cup for John Rahm.
Masters Radio returns Monday, April 8th, with play-by-play coverage from Augusta National Golf Club beginning Thursday, April 11th.
Rory McIlroy, 8 under par, 64. He's thinking grand slam.
Hear the 2024 Masters on Channel 92 when you're in the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
The Women's NCAA Tournament is on Sirius XM.
It is going to be fun. It is going to be interesting.
For the best guests.
Dawn Staley. I just want us to be who we've been.
And coverage of March Madness. Tune in to Sirius XM SEC Radio from the biggest stars.
Reese, put back is good. Nobody wants any part.
No part of it.
Of Angel Reese right now.
To the top teams. We've got you covered through the National Championship in Cleveland. It's all on Sirius XM SEC Radio, Channel 374, and the all-new Sirius XM app.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on Sirius XM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Network.
Top of the fourth inning, Blue Jays in the Bronx trailing 6-1 to the New York Yankees. This fourth inning presented by Bet365. At Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and you can even make a bet while the game's still being played. 19 plus, play responsibly, Ontario only. First pitch to Ernie Clement, called strike one. I'm Ben Schulman. To my left is Chris LaRue. Not the prettiest score in the Bronx. We'll take a look at the out-of-town scores after Clement hits. The 0-1. Swing and a high drive to left field. Verdugo on the run, hooking toward the corner. That ball is just foul, and I mean just. Or is it? No, fair ball. Pardon me. It hit out of bounds, so hands went up in the air, but that was a time call. That's a ground rule double for Ernie Clement to lead off the inning, his second double of the day.
It looked like one of the fans reached over and tried to grab that ball, clearly landing just fair.
Hit the chalk.
Clark Schmidt throws his hands up in the air. I'm not sure why. Maybe he's just mad that it landed fair, but a fan tries to grab that ball. Makes a pretty good play at it.
First pitch lands outside to Dalton Varsho, 1-0. 6-1, runner on second, nobody out, top of the fourth. Here's the pitch. Varsho hits a ground ball softly to second, picked up by Torres. He'll throw out Varsho, Clement over to third. The out-of-town scoreboard is brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Devilishly good since Toronto first raised the trophy in '92. Join them for wings, ribs, beer, cocktails, and catch every play at your local St. Louis Bar and Grill. Download the app or visit stlouiswings.com for more details. Always devilishly good. The Toronto Maple Leafs are playing the Montreal Canadiens tonight, and it's going a little bit well for the Leafs right now. First pitch to Brian Serven, called strike one. They've scored 4 goals in the second period alone. Max Domi and Austin Matthews starting the scoring for the Leafs, scoring 15 seconds apart. Serven swings and misses at a pitch to make it 0-2. Bobby McMahon just scored the fourth for the Leafs after Ryan Reeves knocked a couple teeth out. And it's 4-0 Leafs, 12 minutes to go in the second. Canadians making a goalie change. 0-2 to Serven, high ball one. Runner on third for the Blue Jays, trailing 6-1. 1 out, top of the fourth. Out-of-town scores again brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill.
Are you a Leafs fan, Ben?
Oh, yeah. Certainly. And I know you're not. And that makes me twice as happy about this.
Well, I was born in Montreal, so
the
naturally
1-2 fouled off, still 1-2. And how's it going for you right now?
Not good.
Not good.
If I was a Leafs fan, I think my dad would disown me.
That's fair. That's fair.
He grew up in Montreal. He moved to Toronto when he was 32 or something like that. So
I get it, but I don't forgive you. Blue Jays trying to put another run on the board here. The 1-2 to Serven is outside, 2-2. Infield is playing back. You have a lot of speed in Clement, so if Serven hits a ground ball probably away from the corners, you could score a run. Fly ball deep enough would do it as well.
This is a huge run. A 4-run ball game is a ball game you can get back in. 6-1.
2-2 is outside, full count. Because one swing can bring you back
One
into
swing. Last inning, they had a chance to hit a grand slam. Obviously, that's not a high percentage thing to do, but at least the possibility was there.
Kevin Kiermaier waits on deck. He has a single today. The 3-2 to Servin. High ball 4. Boy, did he catch a break. That one looked pretty close, if not a strike. But he'll head down to first. Blue Jays have 2 on now with 1 out.
That was actually a nasty slide or nasty sinker from Clark Schmidt. 94 that sunk back in on the hands of Servin, and I think he got away with one there. That was probably strike 3.
So Schmidt working in some trouble again. There's been runners in scoring position every inning for the Blue Jays. They've scored once. They trail 6-1, top of the 4th. Kevin Kiermaier's up. The pitch. High and outside, ball 1. And on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out of town scoreboard, Nick Suzuki, the captain, has scored for the Montreal Canadiens. It's 4-1 Toronto.
I'm cheering inside, Ben. That's what I'm doing.
One out to Kiermaier. Check swing, tapper, foul, 1-1. Kevin from Fort Wayne, where an ECHL team, the Fort Wayne Comets, plays. Ernie Clement leads off third after his leadoff double this inning. Brian Servin taking his steps off first. 1 out, 1-1 pitch. Popped up behind the plate, out of play, 1-2.
And now that Kevin Kiermaier has 2 strikes on him, he has to shorten up. He has to shorten that swing, make contact. You have to get that run in from third. This is a huge run for the Blue Jays.
Kiermaier's driven in 1 run this year, knocked in 36 last year. Does have an infield single and a run scored today. The 1-2. Outside, 2-2.
Good take from Kiermaier about a ball off the plate. Could have been called a strike the way this game's been going.
Blue Jays have run the pitch count up pretty well on Clark Schmidt. They do trail 6-1, but Schmidt has thrown 72 with just 1 out in the top of the 4th. Here's the 73rd. Slice down the left field line, foul into the seats. Close to where Clement doubled, but about 10 to 15 feet wider of Clement's ball that bounced on the chalk.
I love the approach there from Kiermaier. At least he's trying to stay alive. He's fighting off the tough pitch. It was a good sinker from Clark Schmidt.
With his speed, he's a tough guy to double up to on a ball on the ground. Unless it's tailor-made. The 2-2. High ball 3. George Springer in the top of the order on deck. Springer 1 for 1 with a double and a walk today.
And Springer's seeing the ball really well right now.
Schmidt's going to step off the rubber for a moment. He really uses, he really uses the pitch clock time as much as he can. He'll wait a little bit before getting on the rubber. Step off when he has it available. His 3-2, Kiermaier bounces to second. Spinning, Torres throws to Volpe for 1. That's the only out they get. Coming home from third to score is Ernie Clement. It's an RBI fielder's choice ground ball for Kevin Kiermaier. Servin retired, but Clement's run makes it 6-2.
And if I'm the Blue Jays, I'm okay with that. I will gladly take a run for an out there. I know the Yankees probably will too, but with the top of the order coming up, George Springer, who's seeing the ball very, very well right now. There's a run out there at first base. If George Springer can put another ball down the line or in the gap, the Blue Jays are in good shape.
Springer hits a ground ball through the hole on the left side, a base hit. A single for Springer advances Kiermaier to second. It's the second Blue Jay hit of the inning and the second hit for Springer tonight. You're right, he is seeing the ball well.
He is. That ball was right down the middle. I think the biggest thing for Springer and Vlad and Bo, they just have to swing at good pitches. And we'll see here if Vlad is willing to do that.
Springer just jumped to 200, a spot he hasn't been in a while in this young season. Only game 9 for the Blue Jays. Here's Guerrero 0 for 2. First and second. And the pitch called strike 1 on the outside edge.
And you could tell Vlad was just jumpy. Like, he had no reason to even offer at that pitch. That pitch was almost off the plate outside. He couldn't do anything with it, but he's just jumping at it.
Here's the 0-1. Guerrero with a liner to center field, hangs up, and it's right at Judge to end the inning. The Blue Jays score another one, though. Ernie Clement with the leadoff double. Kevin Kiermaier knocks him in on an RBI fielder's choice, and it's 6-2, middle of the fourth. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
When you have an iconic look like Danny Jansen, picking new glasses can be tough.
Too big, too small, too cool, too much, too 90s, too futuristic. I think I'm just going to stick with the originals. These are working just fine.
He is really seeing the ball well. Your friends will do a double take when they see you in your Danny Jansen new blue replica jersey and glasses.
And he's got some style.
On Monday, April 29th, the first 15,000 fans will receive a Jano bundle. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com. At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit ConnexOntario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Springer charges the ball to left field. It's in the seats, and the Blue Jays are on the board.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the fourth inning, Blue Jays at Yankee Stadium, trailing 6-2. Just added another run to their total. Now Mitch White pitches to Oswaldo Cabrera. First pitch curveball, strike one. Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Here's the 0-1. Shot down the left field line, but foul. 0-2. You pitched at Yankee Stadium, Chris, including you were a member of the Yankees briefly. What's it like to pitch in New York?
Do you want my full story, or do you just want Cole's notes of it? I was booed off the field at Yankee Stadium my last game there.
0-2, grounded foul. Still 0-2.
I came on in the 13th inning.
Okay.
And you don't need to look up the stats, but I came out on in the 13th inning of a ball game. It was 2-2. And I gave up 5 runs. Bloop hits here and there. Nothing crazy. No homers.
0-2 to the leadoff hitter this inning, Cabrera. Foul tipped. It bounces off the glove of Servin, so Cabrera is still alive.
And I was the last guy coming out of that bullpen, so I was the guy that was just eating that ball game, regardless of how I did. And I'm walking off the field. Fans are going crazy, booing. You're going back to Scranton. You know, everything that a New York fan would say.
It's tough.
I remember I called my dad after the game, and I was like, that was terrible.
0-2 hit sharply on the ground, speared by Guerrero up the line. His throw to White, racing to the bag, retires Cabrera. Nice play on the 3-1 putout. Strong throw by Vladdy, and White athletic on that one to catch him and beat Cabrera to the bag. Cabrera's not convinced, though. He's standing on the first base bag, but it looks like they're not going to challenge.
No, that was a great play. Again, Vlad showing his athleticism. And Mitch White, too. That's a tough ball to catch. Vlad throws a bullet at him. Makes that catch and touches first. Yeah, he's out. You want to know what my dad said to me?
What did he say?
He said, how many people can say they've gotten booed off the field at Yankee Stadium?
Good point. Swing and a miss by Gleyber Torres, strike one.
That didn't change my mood, though.
No. Probably not something that helps at the time.
No.
1 out, 6-2 Yankees, bottom of the fourth inning. The 0-1. Down low, 1-1. Mitch White came on to get 2 outs in the second inning. A scoreless third as well. Trying to keep this game manageable for the Blue Jays, who have scored the last 2 runs. 6-2 Yankees still. 1-1 to Torres. Ground ball to third. On the backhand side, Turner has it. Long throw to first. There in time. 2 outs. Now the 9th batter for Mitch White to face so far today. He hasn't seen Juan Soto yet, and this could be one of the toughest tests of all. Soto acquired by the Yankees this offseason in a big deal that brought him and Trent Grisham over, Michael King, Kyle Higashioka, and a package of prospects going over to the San Diego Padres for 1 year of Soto. First pitch is low, 1-0.
Well, you have that short porch in right field, and Juan Soto is perfect for this ballpark. If I'm the Yankees, I'm signing him to a long-term deal. He'll do damage for years in this ballpark.
Although a big barrier to an in-season extension, he is represented by Scott Boras. The 1-0 fouled back, 1-1, and the common belief is that he will test free agency. This is a guy who turned down massive offers from the Washington Nationals. They offered long-term deals before trading him to San Diego, reportedly around $440 million over 15 years. 1-1 pitch. Hit in the air to left. Varsho ranging toward the seats. It bounces into the front row. 1-2.
Well, I've heard reports that he wants Ohtani money, which makes no sense to me because
I think those reports are headlining you a bit though, because Ohtani money isn't $700 million. It's like $465 million.
So you're talking about
present value.
So just hitter Ohtani.
No, I'm talking about the fact that Ohtani's money is deferred, so it's not actually worth $700 million. We'll explain more later because Soto has bounced it to second, throw over to first, and that will end the inning. 1-2-3 on 3 groundouts. Mitch White pitching well. We go to the 5th. It's 6-2 Yankees over Blue Jays. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Merging influences from Afropop to chamber music, Vampire Weekend helped reshape the sound of indie rock and alternative. As their 5th album, Only God Was Above Us, arrives, hear the story behind it.
I just started playing this riff. This had the feel of a good, simple pop song.
Alongside nearly 2 decades of indie classics. Vampire Weekend Radio, all month in the SiriusXM app.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues right now on Channel 87.
It's a home run for Ronald Acuna.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to daily fantasy basketball to getting you ready for the NFL Draft, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
How you manage your team day in and day out will be the difference in where you finish in 2024.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
March Madness is finally here. For the best analysis.
That team is going to be a tough out.
And coverage of the ACC teams and the NCAA tournament. Tune into SiriusXM ACC Radio. From the title contenders to the Cinderella teams, we've got you covered through the national championship in Phoenix.
Holy smokes, what a play by R.J. Davis.
It's all on SiriusXM ACC Radio, Channel 371, and the all-new SiriusXM app.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win whichever fantasy sport you play. Right now on Channel 87 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
It's the 5th inning, brought to you by Desjardins Insurance, helping Canadians through it all. Desjardins Insurance. Insurance with a heart so big it shows. Visit Desjardins.com/heart today. 6-2 for the Yankees over the Blue Jays, top of the 5th inning. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Bo Bichette leads off. The pitch from Clark Schmidt. Down and away, ball 1. Bichette 1 for 2 today, trying to get back into the swing of things after a slow start to the year, batting 148. Next pitch is inside, 2-0.
And Bo Bichette was 1 for his last 22 before he got that base hit. His last at bat shattered his bat.
The 2-0. Bichette flies it foul to the right side, 2-1.
And maybe that shattered bat will get him back in a groove.
Bichette, too, has just had an awkward start to the year because he missed 2 games due to some neck soreness. The 2-1. inside 3-1. So they got started, then he had that neck soreness, didn't hit for a couple days right as he was getting started against hitters and had to kind of start fresh again. 3-1. Breaking ball lands on the inside part of the plate. It's a full count.
Yeah, Bo didn't like that call. That was on the inside part of the plate, but clearly a strike.
Justin Turner's on deck. Daniel Vogelback due up this inning as well. We'll also look at the out-of-town scores. The 3-2. Bo fouls it back. Yankees starting to think about tonight after Clark Schmidt. Luke Weaver, the right-hander, getting loose right now for the Yankees. Schmidt about to throw his 85th pitch of the day with nobody out in the top of the 5th. Here it comes. Check swing on a pitch down and away. Appeal down to first. No swing, says Angel Hernandez. And Bo Bichette with a leadoff walk.
That's a great take from Bo.
Tough pitch.
Before today, he would have swung at that pitch and been walking back to the dugout right now. But there's something going on. He is seeing the ball just a little bit better. His swings look better. That's a good sign for the Blue Jays.
That was a breaking ball. It started over the plate, broke away. Here's Justin Turner. Pitch outside, 1-0. Turner 0 for 1, ground out and a sacrifice fly. Hit a liner with the bases loaded in the 3rd inning that drove in Kevin Kiermaier for his 5th RBI of the season. Bichette with a leadoff first. The pitch. Called strike. On the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, it's the dying minutes of the 2nd period in Montreal. Maple Leafs up 4-1 at the Bell Center over the Canadiens. 1-1. Swing and a miss, tied up by a up and in fastball. It's 1-2. In the baseball world, some finals that impact the Blue Jays, or at least one. The 1-2. Turner reaches and spoils a breaking ball on the outside edge. At beautiful PNC Park, the Pirates came back from down 4-3 in the bottom of the 11th inning, scored 2 to beat the Orioles 5-4. Pardon me, they were down 4-3 in the 10th, scored 1 to extend the game, shut out the Orioles in the top of the 11th. And then it was O'Neal Cruz with the RBI single. 1-2 to Turner, fouled off again.
Are the Pirates for real is my question to you.
Considering they started 20-8 last year, I'm going to have to go inconclusive right now. But I like what they have going on. I think they added to their team. They increased their payroll by about $30 million, which is a huge difference for them. 1-2 to Turner. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Schmidt sets him down. 4th strikeout for the righty today. And the first out at the top of the 5th.
Yeah, the Pirates are just tearing their fan base to pieces. 20-8 last year, 7-2 this year.
Hey, you never know. Aaron Boone's going to come out to the mound, and it looks like Clark Schmidt's day is done. It is a pat on the back for the right-hander who comes out with 1 out and a runner on first in the top of the 5th. 6-2 Blue Jays, or pardon me, 6-2 Yankees. Let's go over to Baseball Control. Here's Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Ben. Let's continue checking out that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. 3.5 minutes to go in the 2nd period in Montreal. That game is on Sportsnet between the Leafs and the Habs. Leafs lead at 4-1. Austin Matthews scoring goal number 64 and getting to point 100 on the season. You can watch it on Sportsnet and the CBC. Leafs Talk will follow on YouTube and Sportsnet Plus after the final buzzer sounds. Minute to go in the 2nd period over in the nation's capital as well. The Sens trail the Devils 4-1. And again, with about 60 seconds to go. We'll also get some good matchups later tonight. Canucks at Kings and Oilers at Flames. Both of those games, 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific. Canucks will be on Sportsnet Pacific and Sportsnet 1. We'll also, of course, be on Sportsnet 650 in Vancouver with Canucks Central to follow. Oilers Flames will be on the main Sportsnet channel and the CBC. You can also listen to the Battle of Alberta on Sportsnet 960 The Fan. In Calgary, Flames Talk will follow as usual after the final horn. In the men's March Madness tournament, Purdue thumping NC State 63-50. Canada's Zach Edey led the way as usual. 20 points, 12 rebounds, 4 assists, 8 straight double-doubles. dating back to the regular season for Zach Edey. It's the first time for the Boilermakers in the national championship since 1969. They will play either Connecticut or Alabama, which gets going in a scant few minutes as well. And some scores across Major League Baseball. Astros and Rangers tied at 2. The Mariners currently blanking the Brewers 3-0 going to the bottom of the 7th, and the Rays and Rockies tied at 1. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get back to the action. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. 6-2, the Yankees lead over the Blue Jays. Runner on first, 1 out, top of the 5th inning. Right-hander Luke Weaver is the first man out of the pen for New York. Weaver, a 2014 first-round pick by the Cardinals, has been a starter at points in his career and can provide some length for the Yankees. His 3rd appearance of the year starts with a pitch to Daniel Vogelbach. That's called strike 1. Second season with New York for Weaver, the 0-1, called strike 2. They picked him up off the waiver wire last year, and he actually made 3 starts for New York at the end of 2023. Signed a minor league deal in December and made the team out of camp. 0-2 to Vogelbach. Fouled off. The runner on first is Bo Bichette. He walked to start this inning to get aboard for the 2nd time today. Vogelbach with one of his 2 chains actually behind his back as it swung back there on the last swing. Gets ready to go, and Weaver's going to throw over to first. Bichette is back.
Someone should come out and fix that, just like they fix a quarterback's pads after he gets hit.
They ripped the grass out of his helmet. Bichette taking the lead once again. 0-2 to Vogelbach. Down and away, 1-2.
Nobody's come out yet to fix it.
I don't know if you can do that. I mean, you got limited time. 8 on the clock right now for Weaver, the right-hander. Looking in, kicks, delivers, and gets Vogelbach to swing through to foul tip into the glove for the 2nd out of the inning.
Yeah, Vogie's shaking his head, walking back to the dugout. He missed that pitch.
On the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, the Montreal Canadiens have scored again. It's 4-2 for the Leafs now over the Habs. That game on Sportsnet and the CBC, as Show Ali mentioned. Ernie Clement is up. The pitch. Way high, ball 1. Clement is 2 for 2 today with a pair of doubles. Batting .368 on the young season. The 1-0. Fouled back, 1-1.
The thing I love about Ernie is he doesn't overcomplicate things. It's a very simple approach, a very simple swing. If the ball's in the zone, he swings. If it's not, he doesn't. It's just simplicity at its finest. Everything he hits is a line drive, too.
The 1-1. High, he checks his swing, appeal down to first. No swing, says Angel Hernandez. It's 2-1. Clement presented where his bat was, just held it there and started walking forward from the plate to try and show that he did not go around. He did not. And now the count in his favor slightly, 2-1.
Yeah, that was an easy call.
Weaver's next offering. Swing and a miss. A rare whiff and a rare chase from Clement, who swings at a fastball above the zone. It's 2-2.
Yeah, that ball was up near his neck, and he swung at it. That was a rare one right there from Ernie Clement.
Runner on first, 2 outs, 6-2 Yankees, top of the 5th. The 2-2. Fouled back.
It almost looks like Weaver has one of those invisibles where it's a rising type of Christian Javier type of fastball.
High spin ball. They say kind of lessens the impact of gravity as it spins so much. Popped up, foul territory behind the plate. Wells sheds the mask, running over toward his dugout, and he slides to make the catch and end the inning. Clement retired the leadoff walk from Bichette, stranded, and the Blue Jays halfway through this ballgame are still down 6-2 at Yankee Stadium. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rose Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The 2024 NBA postseason starts in just over a week, and SiriusXM NBA Radio brings you all the action. Slam dunk! Our experts break down every game.
This is what playoff basketball is all about.
Cover every storyline.
Prove me wrong. Prove the people wrong.
And bring you every can't-miss moment on the court every single night.
He's going to fire up a three for the win!
Your 24/7 home for hoops throughout the playoffs is SiriusXM NBA Radio Channel 86 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on SiriusXM. We're back on the track Sunday,
2 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Cookout 400 from Martinsville Speedway.
Checker flag, baby. Yeah.
On SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app. Get closer to everything that moves you wherever you are with the SiriusXM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer. Yeah.
You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, original specials, and much, much, much more. All baseball, every day, on your radio. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
The Blue Jays are in flight, leading 3-0.
Blue Jays fans, this is Ross Atkins, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on Sirius XM.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
This is Crown Rust Protection Blue Jays Baseball. 6-2 for the Yankees over the Blue Jays. Mitch White into the wind. Aaron Judge at the plate. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball. Outside, ball one. Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Update some of the Blue Jays injuries for you after this Judge at bat. Judge is 2 for 2. The 1-0. Foul back. A home run for Judge in the first. A single off Mitch White in the second. That was the first batter that White faced. Mitch has looked good since coming into the game with just one out in the second. Pitching now in the fifth, has not given up a run. The 1-1. Breaking ball missed down and away. 2-1.
Yeah, you're right. He's pounding the zone. Even the 2 hits he gave up weren't overly well hit. I think that if he can just continue to pound the zone with his fastball and then mix in that breaking ball, he's going to be fine.
2-1 offering. Fouled back off the barrier behind home plate, rolling out toward the on-deck circle. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. This can't be a comfortable situation. I mean, everyone's always ready, but I don't think a lot of guys in the pen were guessing that in the second inning they'd be pulling Kevin Gausman. The 2-2. High fastball, 3-2.
Although sometimes if let's say Pete Walker or even John Schneider notice something during warm-ups, they had a quick chat with Gausman, hey, I'm not feeling great, I'm a little bit tight. A lot of the time they'll go up to their long guy, either Mitch White or somebody else in the bullpen, and they'll say, hey, just stay ready. Just stay ready.
Schneider did mention before the game today that he goes up to the relievers and tries to tell them their pockets, their roles before every game. 3-2 pitch. Low ball 4. Let's take a look at the injury report brought to you by Bergmanis Prira Personal Injury Lawyers. If life is throwing you a curveball and you're striking out with your insurance company, get ahead of the count and call Bergmanis Prira Personal Injury Lawyers. You focus on getting better, and Bergmanis Prira will take care of the rest. Visit bplawyers.ca. For the Blue Jays, an update on Eric Swanson before the game today. First, the pitch to left-handed hitting Anthony Rizzo. Fouled back, 0-1. Runner on first, no out, 6-2 Yankees, bottom of the 5th. John Schneider said, so he already said yesterday that Alek Manoah is going to throw on Sunday, first rehab game at A-Ball Dunedin. Swanson is going to come into the game after him and pitch in a rehab game on Sunday. The 0-1. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. The hope is that Manoah, if he has a solid start, they're targeting 4 innings, 65 pitches, will jump right to AAA after this one start at A ball. 1-1 to Rizzo. Hit high and deep to right field, hooking toward the pole. It's gone. 2-run homer, Anthony Rizzo. And the Yankees re-extend their lead to 6. It's 8-2.
Anthony Rizzo is so good at taking that pitch on the inside part of the plate, almost black, and pulling his hands through and keeping it fair. He's done that so many times in his career. That was a good pitch from Mitch White, a cutter on the inside part of the plate, almost on the black, and Rizzo just pulls his hands through and keeps it down that right field line around that foul pole. That's a tough one for Mitch White. That's a good pitch.
Rizzo stood there, leaning to the left, kind of like a golfer watching his drive, willing that ball to stay fair, and it just did, hugging the pole. Here's Giancarlo Stanton up. Nobody out, nobody on the pitch. Is back at a play, 0-1. So 8-2 Yankees, bases empty, bottom of the 5th. So on that rehab game, so Manoah goes, then Swanson goes. Manoah, if things are all right, we'll go to AAA after it. 0-1 to Stanton. Swing and a miss, strike 2. But he did say Swanson should return sooner than Manoah would, because Swanson only needed to build up to 1 inning. Said that they don't need to see him do a back-to-back either. 0-2 pitch. In the dirt. Danny Jansen, though, will not be catching that game on Sunday. He's hitting off a machine right now, but the Blue Jays not putting him in that one yet. He's been catching plenty, but they do need him to be able to hit to play in a game. 1-2. Hot shot to short, past the reach of Bichette into left field. A 3-for-3 day for Giancarlo Stanton.
And if you're going to have success against Giancarlo Stanton, you have to throw inside. You can't let him get his big arms extended just like he did right there. That's when he really drives the ball, and he absolutely was all over that baseball.
Mitch White with a smooth start to his outing, but now dealing with some trouble here in his 4th inning of work. A walk, then a homer from Rizzo. Now a single by Stanton, and the first pitch to Verdugo is high, ball 1. Verdugo, a left-handed hitter who's 0 for 2, batting 167 on the year. (1-0). Breaking ball for called, strike 1. Only other update I got from the injury report is that John Schneider said Romano is going to throw a live BP tomorrow. Verdugo fouling one off. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes against the former Red Sox, now Yankee, Alex Verdugo.
That's who I was waiting for. I was waiting for the Romano update.
Blue Jays could activate Swanson and Romano as soon as the 2nd home game coming up on Tuesday, although that feels a little bit optimistic at this point. 1-2, bounced, 2-2. But what do you think if Swanson gets in a rehab game on Sunday? Maybe by the following Sunday, something like that.
And you said he doesn't need to do a back-to-back. John Schneider said that.
They said they don't need to see him do a back-to-back.
Well, I think give him a couple days to figure out if he's okay or not.
2-2 fouled back, still 2-2
by the weekend.
As Schneider had mentioned that for Swanson, someone said, does it have to be 3? Does it have to be 4? And he said, no, it just has to be enough that he feels comfortable, we feel comfortable. Swanson was pitching a bit in the spring. It wasn't like he's starting completely from scratch. White's 2-2. Verdugo tops it over the mound. Picked up by Bichette. He'll step on second, throw over to first. A 6-3 double play off the bat of Alex Verdugo. There are 2 down.
Yeah, reliever, all they need is 15, 20 pitches and then to feel good, and they're ready to go.
So you don't have the start and stop that a starter might have. I think certainly the Blue Jays would take pretty much any capacity of Eric Swanson that they could have right now. Although their bullpen is off to a good start to the season. 2 outs, the pitch. Anthony Volpe takes strike 1.
Even Mitch White, who's given up a couple runs tonight, has looked good for the most part. He gave up that tough home run to Anthony Rizzo, but other than that, he's looked good.
He's gone 3 1/3 already. Pitch to Volpe. Downstairs, 1-1. You had mentioned it yesterday, Chris. Volpe from around the New York area. Went to Del Barton High School in Morristown, New Jersey. Was actually a high school teammate of Jack Leiter. The 1-1. Called strike 2. Leiter, the former Vanderbilt star and now Rangers farmhand, son of Al Leiter. Pitch for the Blue Jays way back when.
Can you imagine how exciting it is for his friends from high school?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. 1-2 downstairs, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
They probably have more fun than he does.
Oh my gosh, they definitely do. I mean, we've heard the Yankee fans all day. They have a lot of fun. Especially when the team's off to a 6-2 start like it is right now. Blue Jays 4-4, trailing 8-2 with the bases empty and 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. Mitch White into the wind. His 2-2 to Volpe. Sliced foul into the seats.
His friends are just living out the Rookie of the Year movie. That's all they're doing.
Although half of them are like in school right now. He's 22 years old, so they might not even be there. They might have to wait till next year.
Well, they're definitely telling their friends that he's their friend.
2-2 pitch. Outside, ball 3. Blue Jays had scored 2 unanswered after going down 6-0. They made it 6-2. Looked like maybe 1 or 2 swings away from making it a ball game, but the 2-run shot from Anthony Rizzo has widened out that lead again. It's 8-2 Yankees. Payoff pitch, poked foul. Volpe chased one a little bit off the plate on the 3-2 to stay alive.
That was a good job. That was kind of like what Justin Turner does. He just tries to foul off a tough pitch. Justin Turner did that in his last at-bat where he's not trying to put the ball in play. He's just trying to extend the at-bat.
Volpe hitless today. Catcher's interference and a fielder's choice. 3-2 again. Called strike 3. White gets a call. That one looked like it was a bit outside, and Volpe laughing at that one as he walks off the field. 2 runs for the Yankees on the Anthony Rizzo homer. It's 8-2 for the Bronx Bombers over the Blue Jays. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
He doesn't throw fastballs. He throws fuego. He has the focus and agility of a Shaolin monk.
Gold glover Jose Barrios.
He's not just a pitcher. He's a machine. He defends the field and our city's honor.
He is one of the best defensively out on the mound.
Jose Barrios is as good as gold. Celebrate Jose's golden accomplishment with the Jose Barrios Gold Glove Bobblehead. Friday, April 12th. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
We're 2 men and a truck. And we've got lots of men and lots of trucks. Whether you're planning a move to a new home or to a new office down the hall, big or small, we move them all. We even sell packing and moving supplies. But no matter what you need, we'll do it with a smile. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. So when you're planning your next move, call 2 men and a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care. I am by your side. Got a heart so big, on this you can rely. No mountains too tall for the strong boots to climb. I am by your side.
That was Desjardins Insurance, playing insurance with a heart so big it shows. Tune in for your auto and home coverage at desjardins.com/heart.
Every day I'm hustling, every day I'm
Hey, this is Kevin Kiermaier. You're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Every day I'm hustling.
Dalton Varsho leads off for the Blue Jays in the top of the 6th inning. 8-2 Yankees over Blue Jays. I'm Ben Shulman alongside Chris LaRue. Luke Weaver's pitch to Varsho is high, ball 1. The 6th inning is brought to you by Desjardins Insurance, helping Canadians through it all. Desjardins Insurance. Insurance with a heart so big it shows. Visit Desjardins Insurance or Desjardins.com/heart today. 1-0. Lifted to shallow center. Judge puts both his arms out to call for it. Makes the catch. There's 1 out.
I'm not used to seeing Aaron Judge in center field yet.
You're going to get used to it, at least for this year. Because with Verdugo being there in the corner now and Soto in the other corner, they kind of have to play Judge in center all the time unless he's DHing. Only other true center fielder they have is Trent Grisham, who's spent a lot of time on the bench so far. Here's Brian Serven, first pitch, called strike 1.
I don't hate it. I'm just not used to it.
Yeah, I think he has played a solid center field according to a lot of people who watch the Yankees all the time. Don't know that he'll win a Gold Glove out there. The 0-1. Called strike, and it's 0-2. But I do wonder for a guy with lingering toe injury now, he had it for a lot of last year and even dealt with it a bit in spring, if there's more pressure put on his feet and him running around a lot in center. The 0-2. Outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, if you're in center field, you're running all over the place, basically on every fly ball, every ball hitting the gap, down the line, wherever you're backing up. Center fielder has a lot of responsibilities.
Serven 0 for 1 today. Right-handed hitting Blue Jays catcher. The 1-2. Inside it hit him. The second time he reaches, walked back in the 4th inning, hit by a pitch here in the 6th inning. He's a base runner for Toronto with 1 out.
I think that actually hit him in the right thigh.
Yeah, it looked like it might have been the lead left thigh. A changeup that ran in. I think it got him right on the top of the left thigh.
Oof.
Anthony Rizzo giving him a pat on the back. Serven taps him back at first base and takes his lead. Here's Kiermaier 1 for 2. The pitch. On strike 1. Infield single and a run scored for Kiermaier in the 3rd, and then had an RBI in the 4th on a ground ball fielder's choice. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. Chased the changeup. It's 0-2.
Yeah, that was a good pitch from Weaver. Started in the strike zone and dropped off the table. Kiermaier just swings right over it.
Blue Jays have had a lot of trouble with soft stuff this season. 20th pitch by Weaver today. Kiermaier fouls it off. Coming into this game, the Blue Jays batting average-wise, 12th in Major League Baseball off of fastballs, hitting .265, a solid average against fastballs. 30th in both average against breaking balls with cutters added in, taken out of the fastball category, and off-speed pitches like changeups and splitters. The 0-2. Kiermaier rolls over a pitch to first, picked up by Rizzo. He'll throw to second and retires Serven, and that's it. Kiermaier with a fielder's choice. There are 2 outs.
He's so smooth over there. It's like he was just playing in the backyard with his friends. That's what that looked like.
Rizzo charging in on that ball. Did give him a nice angle, but he's been a really good first baseman for a long time. Won it in 2016, the Gold Glove, 2018, 2019, and 2020. Hasn't won it in the American League yet. Here's George Springer up 2 for 2 today with a walk as well. 8-2 Yankees, 2 outs top of the 6th. The first pitch he sees is hit well to right field. Backs up Soto, who turns and makes the catch to end the inning. The 1 base runner stranded, middle of the 6th inning. The Blue Jays are trailing 8-2 at Yankee Stadium. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Step into spring on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you.
Feel the sunshine break with mood-boosting melodies of happy radio.
It's a beautiful day.
Breezy road trip mixtapes.
Go put your records on.
Spring cleaning soundtracks.
and more app-only channels, specials, and shows packed with positive vibes for the season of new beginnings. Just search Spring Breaks on the SiriusXM app.
Hello, Blue Jay fans. I'm Craig Ballard, host of your daily Locked On Blue Jays podcast. Locked On Blue Jays is part of the Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day. Locked On Blue Jays brings you the latest Blue Jays news and analysis and breaks down all of the action. Locked On Blue Jays is everything a Blue Jays fan could want, all in a 30-minute daily podcast. Download Locked On Blue Jays right now on the SXM app, available with all trials and popular plans, or wherever you get your podcasts. Search Locked On Blue Jays.
This is Bob Kendrick, president of the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum and host of the SiriusXM original podcast, Black Diamonds. Hear stories about the legends of the Negro Leagues and conversations with the all-time greats they've influenced, like 5-time World Series champion Derek Jeter.
I don't care what race you are. You need to know your past. This is U.S. history. It's not just baseball history.
Hear over 70 episodes of the award-winning Black Diamonds podcast, available now on the SiriusXM app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You want baseball? The doggy has you covered. Tune in to Mad Dog Unleashed for the best baseball coverage anywhere. Weekdays 3 to 6 Eastern. SiriusXM Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the 6th inning, Blue Jays at Yankee Stadium in Game 2 of this series, trailing 8-2. Mitch White still on the mound here. It's his 5th inning of work. And his first pitch to Austin Wells is high, ball 1. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. First, the 1-0. Outside against the left-handed hitting Wells, 2-0. At the Bell Center, the third period has started. 17:10 to go. 4-2 Toronto Maple Leafs over Montreal Canadiens. 2-0 offering. High ball 3. Tim Meza getting loose for the Blue Jays. Been a couple days since he's thrown in a game. Here's White's 3-0. Called strike 1. The Mitch White pitch count approaching 60 here. He was starting a little bit in spring, but coming out of the pen, not sure they'd push him to like 80, 90 pitches, anything like that. 3-1 is hit well to center. Kiermaier ranging back to left center, stutter stepping in front of the track, makes the catch. 1 out.
No, I think the biggest issue when you let a long guy go 80, 90 pitches is they're down for 5 days.
Yeah.
That's the biggest part, and you lose Mitch White for those 5 days. So if you, I mean, I would take him out right now and just throw Meza in the game. I don't want him going in past 60, 65 pitches because then he's down for 4 days.
Here's White's 60th of the day. It's to Oswaldo Cabrera. It's sliced to left field, running over to left center. It's caught by Varsho. 2 down. The Stop is your go-to destination for a drink and a bite at the revamped Rogers Center. Whether you're just passing through or visiting the Batter's Eye Bar, everyone is welcome at the Stop. Experience it for just $20. Visit BlueJays.com/outfield district ticket. 2 down, 8-2 Yankees. Bases empty, bottom of the 6th. Back on that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. The Rays losing at Coors Field in Colorado right now. Rockies up 2-1. Here's the pitch to Gleyber Torres. Outside, ball 1. Elias Diaz with an RBI single in the 3rd inning gave the Rockies that lead. 1-0. Outside to Torres, 2-0. Ryan McMahon also homered in that game. It was the Rays who jumped out first on an Isaac Paredes RBI single. Again, 2-1 for Colorado. Bottom of the 4th, Rockies hitting right now at home. 2-0 to Torres, bounces. And it's 3 balls and no strikes.
Most guys have that winter headgear on right now, and it's underneath their nose, but George Springer has it up around his eyes. Kind of eerie. You can see just his eyes.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. kind of doing the same. You can see his nose and eyes popping out. The 3-0 called strike 1. Yeah, George has the full ski mask look. 3-1. Outside ball 4. Torres with a walk, and you wonder if this is Tim Mays' time. Left-handed hitter Juan Soto about to come up to the plate, and the Blue Jays infield starting to walk in. Looks like that will do it for Mitch White, who starts his outing in the 2nd, finishes it in the 6th, and did a valuable job for the Blue Jays, eating up some innings. John Schneider to make a pitching change. Let's go back to baseball control. Here's Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Ben. As we await Tim Mays' stroll to the mound, let's check in on the NHL on that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Hockey night tonight, lots of games on the go. Let's actually check in on a couple of finals from earlier. The Penguins continue their march towards the playoffs. They beat the Lightning 5-4 in regulation. The Bruins, it did take them overtime, but they did beat the Panthers in a matchup of the top 2 teams in the Atlantic. 3-2, Boston beats Florida. The Blackhawks beat the Stars 3-2 as well. The Jets doubling up the Wild 4-2, and it took overtime for the Sharks, but they hang on to beat the Blues 3-2 in extras. Right now going on in the National Hockey League, the Leafs, 15 minutes to go in the 3rd period. They lead the Canadiens 4-2. The Devils also lead the Sens 4-2. The Blue Jackets ahead on the Flyers 5-1. And the Islanders are currently leading the Predators 1-0. We'll also get some good matchups in about 45 minutes. Canucks at Kings and Oilers at Flames, both at 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific. Canucks will be on Sportsnet Pacific and Sportsnet 1. Will also be on Sportsnet 650 in Vancouver. Canucks Central postgame will follow. Oilers Flames will be on the main Sportsnet channel and the CBC. You can also listen to the Battle of Alberta on Sportsnet 960 The Fan in Calgary. Flames talk will follow after the final horn. Scores in Major League Baseball right now. The Rangers lead the Astros 3-2, top of the 7th. The Mariners lead the Brewers still. The Brewers getting some runs on the board. Bottom of the 8th inning, 4-3, Seattle leads Milwaukee. The Royals ahead on the White Sox 3-0. The Diamondbacks lead the Braves 8-5, and the Rays trail the Rockies 2-1, bottom of the 4th inning. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Back to the action. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. Tim Mesa coming in to take on Juan Soto. We were talking about it, but he grounded out kind of in the middle of the discussion last time. You had mentioned Soto potentially trying to attain that contract. That's what the reports say. That would be at the same value of Shohei Ohtani's. Soto stepping in right now, about to be a free agent after this year. The headlines would tell you Ohtani's being paid $700 million, and he technically is. However, and forgive my high school level of economics, he's not being paid $700 million worth of today's money. Time called at the plate. So Tim Mesa will have to wait an extra second before his first pitch. Because so much of Ohtani's money is deferred, the majority of the contract is deferred, it's worth a little bit less. First pitch to Soto from Mesa is a slider for strike 1. Because, you know, $1 today is worth more than $1 20 years from now, just like it's worth less than $1 20 years ago. 0-1 is bounced, 1-1. And the runner taken off on the pitch will get there easily. Gleyber Torres steals second on that one that skipped off the chest of Brian Serven. So for Juan Soto, while Shohei Ohtani's contract is $700 million, it's more likely that he gets in the maybe high 4s or $500 million range. 1-1 to Soto is lined to right field, down for a base hit. Springer charging in. Torres is going to round third, go to the plate. The throw cut off, and that'll be an RBI single for Juan Soto, who's 2 for 3. So to get to the chase, Ohtani's contract, while $700 million, valued today at $460 million, and that's the number that Soto can try to beat in free agency.
Makes sense.
I do remember listening a couple weeks ago to the Foul Territory podcast, which features a lot of former players, including both former Blue Jay and Yankee, Eric Kratz. And he had thrown out, you know, if Soto really has a great year, maybe $520 million total. First pitch to Aaron Judge. Called the ball. 1-0.
Would you rather have one guy at $520 million, or would you have two good players, great players actually, at $260 million?
1-0 outside. Yankees don't have to make that choice. They already have like 4 guys at $300 million and are in the market to try and go for another one. I don't know. It's hard. You have to tell me the guys. The 2-0 is called strike 1. because they have $325 million in Giancarlo Stanton, but they also have $360 million in Aaron Judge. 2-1, called strike, and it's 2-2.
I know the business decision behind teams wanting to sign Ohtani. He sells a ton of tickets, ton of jerseys,
foreign sponsorship,
all those things.
2-2 is high and outside. 3-2, 9-2 Yankees. Full count, 2 outs. Bottom of the 6th inning. Soto on first.
So I've always understood the Ohtani thing. I've just never understood any other player even coming remotely close to that.
Soto's 24. He is maybe the best hitter in baseball. The 3-2 fouled back. Still 3-2. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Maybe he gets it. Maybe he doesn't.
Well, we've seen a lot of Boris clients not get what they want
this year. The 3-2, low, ball 4. And the one thing I'll say about Juan Soto, he's got a much easier case for a long-term guaranteed contract than a lot of the guys this year who have been a little less consistent. Soto's down year last year featured just 35 homers, 109 RBIs, and a 930 OPS.
Yeah, I understand the Cody Bellinger not getting what he wanted, the Matt Chapman. I understand all that stuff. I just like to see Scott Boras not get what he wants.
I got no dog in that fight. Anthony Rizzo takes called strike 1. After the walk, it's Judge on first. It's Soto on second. It's 9-2 Yankees. Bottom of the 6th with 2 outs. The 0-1. Lifted to center field. Not very deep. Kiermaier racing over to left. Center had to make a late adjustment. Makes the catch to end the inning. Yankees add on one more. Gleyber scores. Gleyber Torres scores on the Juan Soto single. It's 9-2. We head to the 7th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
The Blue Jays are inviting you to work from Dome. Put it in your calendar. 307 weekday starts this season. You can work from Dome with friends or coworkers at Rogers Center. It's a game changer. Make the ballpark your office for the afternoon. Work from Dome, 307 weekday starts. Let's touch base. Check out ticket options on bluejays.com/workfromdome.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's building center. Visit timbermart.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
It's Ernie Clement with the RBI single. 1-0 Toronto.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Top of the 7th inning, Blue Jays in the Bronx trailing 9-2 to the Yankees. 2, 3, 4 in the Blue Jays order due up. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Bo Bichette, and Justin Turner. Here's Luke Weaver's pitch to Vladdy. It's outside, ball 1. Guerrero 0 for 3 today. Weaver now pitching in his 3rd inning of work. Righties 1-0. Vladdy hits a fly ball to right field. Going back, Soto turns around. It's gone. Solo home run. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., his 13th career at Yankee Stadium. And it's 9-3 as the Yankees fans let Vlad know how they feel about it.
And he did such a good job on that swing of just using the big part of the field so often this year and last year. He takes that pitch on the outside part of the plate, tries to pull it and he ends up just rolling over. That time he goes with it, uses the big part of the field, and hits that easy homer to right field at Yankee Stadium.
Second of the season for Guerrero. Here's Bo Bichette. First pitch, called strike one. Time to check on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Maple Leafs just at the end of a power play, middle of the third. 0-1 to Bichette. Low, 1 ball, 1 strike. Still 4-2 Toronto, 9 minutes to go. Catch that game between Maple Leafs and Canadiens on Sportsnet and the CBC. Here's the 1-1. Bichette with a sharp grounder foul, 1-2. In Anaheim, it's the Red Sox and the Angels about to get started. Garrett Whitlock against Reed Detmers. Oh, Bichette asked for time, blowing into his right hand, cupping it up and blowing into it to try and heat it up. Bichette's had a nice day at the plate in 3 trips. A strikeout, then a single, and then a walk. The 1-2. Inside, ball 2. Elsewhere on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, Ezekiel Tovar doubled. Michael Togliatti hit a home run, and it's 4-1 now for the Rockies over the Rays. Pitch to Bichette. Fought off foul to the right side. Blue Jays' upcoming opponent in the home opening series, the Seattle Mariners, and a bit of a nail-biter right now, up 5-3 over Milwaukee. 2 outs with the Mariners batting in the top of the 9th. 2-2 to Bo. Smashed down the left field line. That's a fair ball rolling into the corner. It bounces off the walls. Bichette rounds first. He'll head into second. Stand-up double for Bo.
Another good swing. Another good sign that this Blue Jays offense is coming to life. Vlad with the homer to right field specifically, and then Bo takes that changeup, that good changeup down in the zone, kind of golfs it down the line, that left field line. I see the light at the end of the tunnel. I don't know about you, Ben.
It is 9-3, but it's also game 9 of the season.
I'm looking at all the positives, and I'm seeing at least a few positives today.
Back-to-back extra base hits for the Blue Jays. Here's Justin Turner, 0 for 2. 1 RBI on his sacrifice fly in the third. The pitch. Turner shoots a ball foul to the right side. 0-1.
I also try to not look at the results. I tend to look more at the swings than anything, and Vlad put a great swing on that home run. Even if it wasn't a home run, he still tried to use the big part of the field. He still went the other way. He still swung at a good pitch. All those good things, and I like that.
The 0-1 is high and outside, 1-1. And we had talked about it, Vlad now 1 for 4 after his at bat in the 4th inning. He did hit a ball pretty hard to center field. It looked better than before, even though that one was an out too. Pitch to Turner. Outside, now a 2-1 count.
Well, there were so many at-bats in Tampa and Houston, even yesterday, with the first 4 guys in this lineup, well, the first 3 guys in this lineup that were just lifeless. They were just uncompetitive at-bats, just giving away at-bats, just easy at-bats. Anybody could get them out. And today, I don't see that.
The 2-1. Turner spoils it into the screen. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
So that's why I'm optimistic.
Nobody out, top of the 7th inning. Vladdy homer and then a Bo double. Bichette on second. 9-3 Yankees over Blue Jays. The 2-2. Fouled off again. Luke Weaver's pitch count starting to rise. That was his 35th offering of the day. Wave going around at Yankee Stadium right now. 2-2 again. Low ball 3. Turner just keeps on fighting here. Back right knee twitching for the right-handed hitter Turner. The 3-2, high ball 4. Big miss there from Weaver, who hasn't retired any of the first 3 batters he's faced in the 7th. Turner didn't realize, and now he takes off his shin guard and will head down to first.
I thought I was going crazy. That was a weird one. Justin Turner acted like that wasn't ball 4, but clearly from my math, I thought my math wasn't mathing for a second.
Just shows it happens to the best of them. Even the multiple-time All-Star World Series champions occasionally lose track of the count. Matt Blake, the pitching coach for the Yankees, going to come out to the mound with 2 on and nobody out. Luke Weaver struggling here in the 7th. Good time to remind you that busy schedules have finally met their match. Ticket Packs. With Ticket Packs, you get the ultimate flexibility to mix tickets for any games with unlimited exchanges. Plus, save up to 20% compared to single game tickets. Visit BlueJays.com/ticketpacks to get yours today. Left-hander Victor Gonzalez warming up right now. He got up a little bit yesterday. But they don't have him up in time to face the left-handed hitting Daniel Vogelbach, who's standing in right now for the Blue Jays. Vogelbach 0 for 3. 2 strikeouts and a flyout. First and second, 9-3 Yankees over Blue Jays, top of the 7th. Weaver peeks at the runner Bichette, who leans back towards second. Now he delivers home and misses down and away. 1-0. Appeal down to third on the check swing. No swing, so it stays 1-0.
One game could change this ball game. Or sorry, one swing could change this ball game.
The 1-0. Outside, 2-0.
Especially the way Weaver's looking now. He's pretty inconsistent with that fastball, that short porch in right field.
Daniel Vogelbach, brought over for power, has a 30-homer season on his baseball card. Here's the 2-0. High ball 3. "13 homers last year for Vogelbach. Wasn't a full-time player, though. 104 games for the Mets. 3-0 pitch. Called strike at the top of the zone. 3-1.
I wouldn't mind Ernie Clement coming to the plate with the bases loaded.
It's interesting, too. They have a lefty warming up. Varsho has a bat right now, but maybe if they bring a lefty in, then you go to Schneider potentially. 3-1. Called strike. 3-2. It's a very respectful chants go down at Yankee Stadium right now. Oh, there's nothing like the pageantry in the Bronx. Nobody out. Full count. 9-3 for the Yankees over the Blue Jays. Top of the 7th. The payoff. Vogelbach with a drive to right field. Soto going back at the wall. It's over his head and off the wall. Bichette racing around third. He's going to try to score. He will. It's a 9-4 game as Bo Bichette comes in. Turner stops at third, and Vogelbach has hit his first extra base hit as a Blue Jay.
Yeah, that was a great swing from Vogie. A fastball up in the zone. That was a well-struck baseball. I actually thought that ball had a chance to get out, but he kind of just tomahawks it. Doesn't really move. But that was a well-struck baseball. Juan Soto, I looked like he had a tough time with it out there.
Yeah, I think if Vogelbach's a little earlier on it, it might get out, but he hit it kind of to right center rather than the short porch and right. Ernie Clement swings at the first pitch he sees, fouls it back, 0-1. And now it's again, maybe one hit away from getting interesting. Second and third for the Blue Jays, no outs. And Ernie Clement, who's 2 for 3 today with 2 doubles at the plate. Still 9-4, though, for the Yankees over Toronto. The 0-1. Fouled back. Clement chasing a pitch high and outside. It's 0-2.
Yeah, that was a rare chase from Ernie. We saw him swing and miss at a fastball up around his neck earlier, and he goes to chase that one.
Both of his hits were off the starter Clark Schmidt. 0 for 1 today against Luke Weaver. Down in the count, no balls, 2 strikes. The pitch. Way high with the fastball, head high, and Clement lays off easily. 1-2.
Well, Clement's shown that he's going to swing at that pitch. At least today he's shown that. So they were trying to elevate that fastball again, but that was way out of the zone. That was about head high. Nobody's swinging at that one.
Davis Schneider getting loose in the dugout for the Blue Jays, but it is Varsho on deck right now. 1-2 pitch. Clement with a fly ball. Medium depth center field. Judge now actually backing up in front of the track. Makes the catch. Turner's going to tag. He'll jog in to score. It's a sacrifice fly for Ernie Clement. It's a 9-5 game at Yankee Stadium.
Yeah, the Blue Jays are starting to get back in this ball game. Bogey's standing out on second base. He should theoretically score. 1 out, runner in scoring position.
Aaron Boone's going to come out and make a pitching change. He'll make a call to the left-hander Victor Gonzalez, and we'll see if the Blue Jays want to counter with Davis Schneider. 9-5, Yankees over Blue Jays. 1 out, runner on second, top of the 7th. Let's go over to baseball control. Here's Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Ben. Before we check in on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, a reminder that we do have Jays Talk today. Julia Kreutz is here with me in studio. She and I have the post-game show as usual on weekends. We'll take your phone calls and your texts after the final out. You can send in your texts right now if you like. 590-590, name and location. That's the People's Text line. It is always open, and I will throw out the numbers to call after the final out. All right, let's check in on that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. 3 games on the go right now in the NHL. The Leafs lead the Habs 4-2 with 2 minutes to go in the third period. Austin Matthews scoring goal number 64 in that one. You can watch it on Sportsnet and the CBC. Leafs Talk with JD Bunkus and Sam McKee will follow on YouTube and Sportsnet Plus after the final buzzer sounds. 4.5 minutes to go in Ottawa. The Devils lead the Sens 4-3. Devils did lead this one 4-1, so the Sens making a late push. 4.5 minutes to go in the nation's capital. The Islanders still lead the Predators 1-0. 10 minutes to go in the third period in Long Island. Another couple of finals, including the Flyers getting dumped by the Blue Jackets 6-2, the final score in Columbus. A couple of OT finals as well elsewhere. The Sharks beating the Blues 3-2, and the Bruins beating the Panthers 3-2. Both of those games needing overtime. In about 20 minutes, Canucks at Kings and Oilers at Flames, 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific, the time of puck drop. Canucks will be on Sportsnet Pacific and Sportsnet 1. We'll also be on Sportsnet 650 in Vancouver with Canucks Central postgame to follow. Oilers Flames, that'll be on the main Sportsnet channel and the CBC. You can also listen to it on Sportsnet 960 The Fan in Calgary. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Davis Schneider striding into the batter's box. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. 9-5 for the Yankees. Runner on base. It's Daniel Vogelbach standing on second right now. And with the left-hander Victor Gonzalez coming in to face Dalton Varsho, John Schneider pulls Davis Schneider out of the dugout, a right-handed hitter. Gonzalez's pitch. Outside, ball 1. Blue Jays have scored 3 runs in this inning to make a 9-2 game, a 9-5 game. A Guerrero homer, a Bichette double, then a walk, then a Vogelbach double, and then a sacrifice fly by Clement. 1-0. Outside, 2-0. Schneider got the start in yesterday's series opener. Went 0 for 4 in that game. 2-0 pitch. Foul tipped into the glove, strike 1.
Oh, man. Davis Schneider wants that pitch back. That was a 93-mile-an-hour fastball, middle, in a 2-0 count. You should be expecting that. You should be ready for that. He swung right through it.
Here's the 2-1. Called strike 2. We've only seen the sinker so far from Gonzalez. The lefty that was picked up in a deal with the Dodgers this December. Trey Sweeney, Yankees prospect, went the other way for Gonzalez and Jorbit Vivas. 2-2 pitch. Inside, ball 3. The first breaking ball that Schneider sees. Runner on second, 1 out. Yankees up 9-5, top of the 7th. The pitch is fouled off, and it looks like potentially more substitutions to come. It's not Brian Serven, but instead Alejandro Kirk on deck for the Blue Jays. Kirk coming off a 3-hit day.
Yeah, it's tough to be a pinch hitter in the big leagues, but it's even harder to be a pinch hitter when it's 7 degrees outside and you've been sitting in the cold for 3 hours.
3-2 pitch. Hit on a hop to short. The runner takes off from second. Vogelback now in a rundown as Volpe throws to third. They go back to the second baseman, Torres, who tags out Vogelback. It'll be a fielder's choice for Davis Schneider. Vogelback retired 6-5-4.
Yeah, that's just bad base running. If the ball is hit in front of you like that, you go back to the bag, you make a step back to the bag. That's too easy. Volpe with the easy throw to third base. Cabrera throws. Yeah, that's just too easy. Bogey knows it.
So 2 outs now. Vogelback back in the dugout. Alejandro Kirk pinch hitting for Brian Serven, who finishes his day 0 for 1, was hit by a pitch and walked once. Victor Gonzalez's pitch is hit on the ground to second, picked up by Torres. He'll flip over to Volpe on the second base bag, and that ends the inning. The Blue Jays score 3 on 3 hits, and they trail 9-5 at the 7th inning stretch. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Everyone dreams of owning their own personal slice of heaven. Now you can, thanks to Fixed Rate Pizza by Pizza Pizza. Until the end of 2024, lock into an extra-large 4-topping pizza at a fixed price of $17.99. No matter how bad food prices get this year, your pizza price stays. So why not say no to surge pricing and yes to Fixed Rate Pizza? Order now from Pizza Pizza.
Order pizzapizza.ca.
I am by your side. Got a heart so big, on this you can rely. No mountains too tall for the strong boots to climb. I am by your side.
That was Desjardins Insurance, playing insurance with a heart so big it shows. Tune in for your auto and home coverage at desjardins.com/heart.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Fastball hit to center field. Varsho with a dive, and he makes the catch.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Ali with you at Baseball Control here in our downtown Toronto studios. Jays trail the Yankees 9-5 as we head to bottom 7. Reminder, we do have Jays Talk today. Julia Kreutz and I have the postgame show as usual on weekends. We'll take your phone calls and texts after the final out. You can send in your text to 590-590, name and location. The People's text line open right now. I will throw out those numbers to call after the game is over. I can only imagine what you guys want to get off your chest as always, but certainly I am looking forward to hearing your thoughts. Quick check of that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Rangers lead the Astros 3-2. The Rockies leading the Rays going to the 6th inning 4-1 out in Colorado. And Red Sox Angels zeros right now, but that game just got started a couple minutes ago, headed to the bottom of the 1st inning. Blue Jays Baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Jays trail 9-5 in the Bronx. Aaron Judge going to bat in this inning. Here's Ben Shulman and Chris LaRue, the call of the game.
Thank you very much, Joe. Nate Pearson on the mound for the Blue Jays. It's Giancarlo Stanton, Alex Verdugo, and Anthony Volpe due up for the Yankees, with Bronx Bombers leading 9-5. Nate Pearson coming on here for what will be his 4th appearance of the season.
Yeah, Nate Pearson's looked incredible this season. He's throwing a lot of strikes. He's throwing that fastball down in the zone. And I think the biggest thing with him is he needs confidence. This is a great game for him to be in. Down by 4 runs, he can build some confidence facing Giancarlo Stanton. Get a couple tough hitters out, and then you start putting him in some close games.
Pearson last came in the finale of the Houston series. Did allow a couple inherited runs to come in, but none of his own. Got a fly out and a strikeout in 2/3 of an inning. Blue Jays pinch hit Davis Schneider and Alejandro Kirk last inning as well. Kirk is remaining behind the plate for Brian Servin, and Schneider is remaining in left field for Dalton Varsho. Pearson's got fastball, a couple of breaking balls, split finger as well. Can rev it up to triple digits at times. Average in the high 90s. He's got a tough customer to start, Giancarlo Stanton, who's looked rejuvenated today. 3 for 3, a home run and 2 singles.
You can't let him get extended. That's all I'm saying. If you want to throw a heater, throw it either elevated or throw it in on his hands.
The first pitch. Called strike 1, a fastball right over the heart of the plate at 97.
Yeah, but you could see that the target from Alejandro Kirk was a little bit elevated in the zone. That's exactly where they wanted it.
Kirk sets up inside. A 1 pitch is grounded sharply to third. Picked up by Turner. Double clutch throw to first in time. And Stanton retired for the first time today. There's 1 out.
Perfect game plan right there. 2 fastballs on the inside part of the plate. Stanton breaks his bat and hits a weak ground ball to Justin Turner at third base.
Here's Justin Turner's teammate last year, Alex Verdugo. Clean-shaven left fielder is 0 for 3. Here's the pitch. Outside, 1-0. The Red Sox tenure of Verdugo ended a little bit unceremoniously. Guy who came over as the principal piece, really, along with Jeter Downs, in the Mookie Betts deal. Next pitch is inside, 2-0. Had some strong years for the Red Sox, but if you don't remember, last year the Blue Jays were playing against the Red Sox in August, and he was reportedly benched for showing up late. 2-0 pitch, swing and a miss, 2-1 at a series at Fenway Park. Verdugo said at his introductory press conference with the Yankees he was really excited for the fresh start. And even he and former Red Sox Jonathan Papelbon went a little bit back and forth online about some of Verdugo's comments about the culture of the Red Sox versus the Yankees. 2-1 pitch in the dirt, 3-1.
Well, regardless of the culture, you should always be on time, if not early, especially a guy like Verdugo who doesn't have that much time in the big leagues. You should be there at least 2 hours before stretch. That's the general rule for guys that have less than 2 or 3 years in the big leagues.
Three-1 to Verdugo. Outside ball 4. He's on for the first time today. It's a 5-pitch walk for the left-handed hitter. 9-5 for the Yankees. 1 out. Runner on first. Bottom of the 7th inning. The Blue Jays have gotten somewhat back in it, but they really have not been in this game much at all because 6 runs were allowed by Kevin Gausman in an inning and a third. First pitch strike against Anthony Volpe, 0-1. And it wasn't like Gausman had the stuff and they were just on it. He was throwing 4 miles per hour softer than usual and just really did not look like himself. 0-1. Volpe gets it off the handle, loops it to short, caught by Bichette. Verdugo off the bag. The throw to first, but Verdugo dives back safe to avoid being doubled off. That catch by Bichette, the second out.
Again, another really good fastball right in on Volpe's hands. Hits a weak, I guess, low line drive to Bo, and Bo tries to double off Verdugo at first base. Not really close, but just a good sinking fastball from Pearson. If he can do that more often, he's going to be a good piece to this bullpen.
Pitch to Austin Wells is off the end of the bat. Weakly hit to shallow left. Schneider running in. Going out. Turner slides, but he can't make the over-the-shoulder play. Good effort there from Turner. Would have been a tough play. He's got dirt now coating the left knee of his pants, and he'll head back to the bag.
Well, unfortunately, I think that ball hit him in the chest.
Yeah. Overslid a little. It's just a tough angle, though, coming over the top of you.
He's a gamer, though, isn't he?
I mean, Turner played 7 games of third last year. He's already playing in his 3rd here for the Blue Jays, and no quitting him on that ball. The 0-1 is well struck to center. Kiermaier going backpedaling in front of the cracks, in front of the track. Stutter steps, makes the catch. Ends the inning. A scoreless frame around the Verdugo walk for Nate Pearson. And it's still 9-5. Blue Jays will try to whittle away some of that Yankee lead again when we come back in the top of the 8th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
SiriusXM's 2024 NFL Draft Preview Show. Experts from NFL Radio, college sports radio, and fantasy sports radio analyze the top prospects in the NFL Draft, covering each player's time in college and how they'll transition to the National Football League. Touchdown, Washington! The SiriusXM Sports 2024 NFL Draft Preview Show. Wednesday night at 7 Eastern on College Sports Radio Channel 84 and NFL Radio Channel 88.
Are you regretting eating that gas station hot dog? Yeah, we know. We've been there too. This is a message for baseball fans like you. Did you know that you get a channel that's talking baseball 24/7 as part of your SiriusXM subscription?
What?
Our lineup includes shows hosted by former big leaguers and executives. Plus, you'll hear from 17 managers each week. MLB Network Radio is on SiriusXM Channel 89, or just search MLB Network Radio on the SXM app. SiriusXM Sports. We're more than just a game.
This is CJ Nikowski. Join me, Ryan Spilborghs, and Brad Lidge every weekday at 2 p.m. Eastern as we give you the player's perspective of what's happening in baseball.
He is possessed every time he goes out there right now. This is crazy.
There's this energy that certain players bring.
It's Loud Outs every weekday at 2 p.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM, Channel 89, and the all-new SiriusXM app.
In season or out of season, the #1 place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Get ready to rock the Danny Jansen look at Rogers Center on Monday, April 29th. Be one of the first 15,000 fans to score our exclusive Jano Bundle giveaway featuring a Danny Jansen New Blue replica jersey and pair of replica glasses. Don't miss out. Visit BlueJays.com/promotions to get your ticket today. Pinch hitter Isaiah Kiner-Falefa is in for Kevin Kiermaier in the top of the 8th. First pitch is low. Next one from Victor Gonzalez is hit well to right center field. Soto racing back, turns around, makes the catch. 1 out. So that might mean that we see IKF in center field for the first time this year. Played some center field for the New York Yankees last year.
From what I've heard, he can do it all. We've seen him pitch this year already.
We have. 1 out. Here's George Springer, 2 for 3, double, walk, single, fly out. Victor Gonzalez still on the bump, a World Series champion with the LA Dodgers. The pitch. Outside, ball 1.
George Springer decided to take his headgear off to bat.
Rolled it down.
Well, I guess it's still on. It's just around his neck.
Around the neck. More of a scarf now. 1-0. Called strike. Gonzalez kind of falling off to the mound to the right side, but the lefty delivered it in the zone to even up the count. 1-1. The pitch. Well hit to left, but right at Verdugo. Doesn't even move. Makes the catch chest high. 2 outs. Yesterday, Caleb Ferguson was in the game. And now today, another former teammate of Justin Turner's and Victor Gonzalez. And not only is Gonzalez one of the guys who won the 2020 World Series with Turner and the Dodgers, he was the winning pitcher of Game 6. pitched an inning and a third in Game 6 of the World Series. Ended up picking up the win. Vlad Guerrero Jr. swings and misses at Gonzalez's first offering. 0-1. 2 outs, bases empty. 9-5 Yankees, top of the 8th inning. Vlad's 1 for 4 with a home run last inning. Here's the pitch. It's inside, 1-1.
And the sequence to Vlad is just soft away, hard in. That was the first pitch was a changeup that he swung through, and the second pitch was just a fastball, just your everyday run-of-the-mill, soft away, hard in.
This time went low and in with a breaking ball, but missed. 2 balls and 1 strike. Gonzalez's 15th pitch of the outing. Outside, ball 3. Guerrero's been one of the more prolific walkers so far in Major League Baseball. Hitting in the 180s, but an on-base percentage above 300 because of all the walks. The 3-1. Outside, ball 4. Didn't even really have to think about a couple on that, AB. Guerrero aboard, and Bichette coming up with 2 outs.
There's still a ton of respect from pitchers when they're facing Vlad. That was a 3-1 count. He threw him a changeup. It's still in there. I know it's still in there. I think he just has to make better decisions. And here comes Aaron Boone.
Boone is going to make a pitching change. Victor Gonzalez came in last inning, recorded 4 outs total between last inning and this one, but his night is over. The Yankees up 9-5, and they don't want to chance it here. Runner on first, 2 outs, top of the 8th inning. Bo Bichette about to hit. Let's go back to Show Ali in baseball control.
Thank you very much, Ben. Let's check out the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Check out some scores around Major League Baseball. 6 games, including our game, on the go right now. The Rangers now leading the Astros 7-2. That game in the top of the 9th inning. The Diamondbacks have been leading the Braves 6-0 at one point in this game, but the Braves coming all the way back. They now lead 9-8 in the bottom of the 8th inning with still some runners on first and second. So see if that score continues to change. But the Braves again lead the Diamondbacks 9-8. The Rays trail the Rockies 4-1, bottom of the 6th inning in Colorado. The Padres lead the Giants 4-0, middle of the 4th inning, and still zeros in Los Angeles between the Boston Red Sox and the Los Angeles Angels. Pablo Reyes entered this game for Trevor Story, who did not make the starting lineup after dislocating his shoulder on a rough fall yesterday. So no timetable on the return for Trevor Story. So Pablo Reyes in that game instead of Story. A couple of finals from around Major League Baseball from earlier. Guardians beat the Twins 3-1. The Athletics blank the Tigers 4-0. The Dodgers beat the Cubs 4-1, and the Cardinals beat the Marlins 3-1. Orioles also losing to the Pirates in 11 innings, 5-4. Pittsburgh holds on for the win over Baltimore. The National Hockey League, lots of games now in the books, including the Leafs and Canadiens. 4-2, the Leafs hang on to win over Montreal. The Senators almost tied the game with seconds to go, but they do lose to the Devils 4-3. We'll also get some matchups, Canadian matchups, starting in a couple of minutes. Canucks at Kings and Oilers at Flames, both starting at 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific. Canucks at Sportsnet Pacific and Sportsnet 1. Oilers Flames on the main Sportsnet channel and the CBC. Blue Jays Baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Back to the action. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. Right-hander Ian Hamilton is on. Kind of the setup guy right now for the Yankees, especially with the fact that Jonathan Loaisiga, they just announced today, has a torn UCL. Hamilton, outside of Clay Holmes, might be the highest leverage healthy reliever that they have. And the right-hander will feature a pretty nasty high 80s slider with a big four-seamer and sinker as well. He's trying to retire Bo Bichette here with a runner on first. Yankees up 9-5. Top of the 8th inning, 2 down.
Yeah, Ian Hamilton was very good for the Yankees last year. 2.64 ERA in 58 innings. That was really his first quality year in the big leagues. But you're right, he's got overpowering stuff.
Even that ERA was a lot different in the second half of the year than the first half. He had a stint on the injured list with a strained groin, and his ERA doubled from the point he was before the IL to after it. His first pitch to Bichette is that hard sinker outside, 1-0. Guerrero on first after the walk. Bichette today is 2 for 3 with a single, a double, and a walk. He came around to score in the 7th on Daniel Vogelback's 2-base hit. The 1-0. Bichette with a soft ground ball at the second baseman, Torres. He'll pick it up, throw to first, and that's the inning. Guerrero with a 2-out walk, but nothing more. Hamilton cleans up the mess, and we'll go to the bottom of the 8th with New York up 9-5. Yankees look for some insurance when we return. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
When you have an iconic look like Danny Jansen, picking new glasses can be tough.
Too big, too small, too cool, too much, too 90s, too futuristic. I think I'm just going to stick with the originals. These are working just fine.
He is really seeing the ball well. Your friends will do a double take when they see you in your Danny Jansen new blue replica jersey and glasses.
And he's got some style.
On Monday, April 29th, the first 15,000 fans will receive a Jano bundle. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
We're 2 men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikey's accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're 2 men in a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
I am by your side. Got a heart so big, on this you can rely. No mountains too tall for the strong boots to climb. I am by your side.
That was Desjardins Insurance, playing insurance with a heart so big it shows. Tune in for your auto and home coverage at desjardins.com/heart.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Bichette powers the ball to left field. Going back, Peralta. It's out of here.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. Nate Pearson starts off Oswaldo Cabrera with a fastball. It's a swing and a miss by the switch hitter batting left, 0-1. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, the center fielder for the Blue Jays, the 0-1. Fastball at the knees, called a ball, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Well, that fastball was about as good as it gets. Bottom of the zone, 98 miles an hour, and it was called a ball.
Lance Barksdale disagrees. He thinks it could be better. The 1-1 popped up, foul, out of play. 1-2. Kiner-Falefa, by the way, he pinch hit for Kiermaier at the outset of the 8th inning. We're here in the home half of the 8th now with the Blue Jays down 9-5. Cabrera working on a 1-for-3 day. Singled and scored in the second. The 1-2 is a looping curve outside and high. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Center field isn't. 4 into Kiner-Falefa, played there 41 times last year for the Yankees. 2-2. Fouled off, still 2-2. Pretty crazy though for IKF. A guy who came up and caught 73 times through his first 2 years in the minors, has been a Gold Glove third baseman. At one point was the primary shortstop for the Yankees. Last year played outfield for the first time at the major league level. 2-2, grounded foul, still 2-2. And, you know, hey, he's pitched 5 times too, and the numbers aren't terrible.
Well, he's a thumber, that's for sure. We saw that the other night. He's a thumber, just kind of 73, 74.
Yeah, the pitching not as serious as the other stuff, but the other stuff actually impressive. The 2-2 bounced. Guerrero dances out of the way, 3-2.
And playing the outfield is actually very, very difficult. You can't just wake up and play the outfield. You have to know the angles. You have to, especially when there's top spin on the ball.
Payoff pitch. Fastball called, strike 3. Beautiful pitch on the outside corner by Pearson, 1 out.
I take it back. That was about as good as it gets.
Yeah.
Wow. 99 on the corner. That is even if he swung at it, that's an unhittable pitch.
It's right on the bottom and outer part of the zone. and really maybe just like a sliver of the ball was over the strike zone. 1 out. Pitch to the top of the order. Gleyber Torres takes strike 1 on a backup slider. 9-5 Yankees, bottom of the 8th. Torres in his final year potentially with New York. The 0-1. Breaking ball in there, strike 2. Gleyber set to become a free agent after this year. Yankees do have a lot of money committed already. We talked about they might pursue Juan Soto. And you wonder if Torres fits into the future. A guy who's had a good career so far. 0-2 pitch is a breaking ball low.
I mean, at one point he was sort of the face of the franchise early on in his career. Early on. Sort of. He's sort of the face of the.
I mean, Aaron Judge was the face.
Half his face.
But he was an all-star in 18 and 19. He smacks a fastball down the right field line. That'll get past Springer, roll into the corner. Torres around first. He's headed for second. He'll stop there with the 1-out double. Certainly a valuable player. If he hits the open market, which he's likely to, I think there will be a lot of suitors for Gleyber Torres.
Yeah, he's never been a high average guy. His best year being 2019 when he hit 278. But a career 266 guy, 123 homers.
In a 2019 year, he hit 38 homers. That was a bit of an inflated home run year around Major League Baseball. But he hit 25 last year and 24 the year before that. In the middle of the diamonds, you don't always find that kind of production.
So you're telling me in 2019, when he hit 278 with 38 homers, he wasn't a little bit of a face of the franchise?
Juan Soto fouls a pitch back 0-1. There's not more than one face of the franchise. Aaron Judge was the face of the franchise, I think. 38 he hit in 2019. I mean, Judge was hurt a lot of the time.
Well, there you go.
But do you just get to be the face of the franchise because another guy's out? The 0-1 pitch, called strike 2. Like Gary Sanchez hit 34 home runs that year.
I refuse to think Gary Sanchez was the face of this franchise.
0-2 pitches outside, 1-2. I think you could argue in 2016 Gary Sanchez was the face of the franchise for the Yankees. He came up and had about as good of like a 50-game rookie season, like very, very Schneider-like, but even more. I mean, he hit 20 home runs in 50 games, Gary Sanchez. The 1-2 outside, 2-2.
Speaking of guys that have been booed off the field at Yankee Stadium.
We were talking about you before for the people that weren't around. 2-2 to Soto. Runner on second, 1 out. It's down and in. Soto shuffles forward, 3-2.
Yeah, you're right. Aaron Judge, 52 homers in 2017.
I feel like that just locks you as the face of the franchise.
No, he was. You're right. As usual, you're right.
3-2. Low ball 4. A walk from Soto. They also, I mean, I could throw some outside bids at you for that team. Masahiro Tanaka could have been the face of the franchise. CC Sabathia still on that team. Some options. Here's Aaron Judge, 2017's Rookie of the Year in the American League and 2022 MVP. Judge with 2 hits, 2 walks, takes strike 1. Runners on first and second. 1 out. 9-5 for the Yankees, bottom of the 8th. Nate Pearson in the game for the Blue Jays in his second inning of work. His 0-1. Fastball called strike 2. Got a bit of a break there. Looked a little bit off the plate inside. Pearson in the driver's seat against the big slugger Judge at 6'7".
That's a tough pitch to throw.
The 0-2. Tied him up. Foul ball to the right side. That was an 100-mile-per-hour fastball up and in on the hands of Judge. They clearly want to attack him in.
3 hard fastballs in on the hands. It must be scary for Nate Pearson when Alejandro puts that 1 down.
0-2. Breaking ball. Called a ball. Definitely in the zone. It's 1-2. Missed his spot, certainly. Probably actually wasn't great execution of the pitch.
No, that was definitely a backup slider from Nate Pearson, but clearly a strike.
And that one's a strike as well. Slider drops into the bottom of the zone. Judge set down. There are 2 outs, 2 strikeouts in the inning for Nate Pearson.
And when you throw 3 fastballs, regardless of the velocity, inside like that, hitters start expecting and respecting the fastball in. So it just opens up every other pitch, every other location. Nate Pearson and Alejandro Kirk were perfection during that at-bat.
Yeah, Judge didn't put up a fight, just spat his gum out, smacked it with his bat, and walked back to the dugout. 2 down, Anthony Rizzo up. The pitch inside, 1-0. Rizzo 1 for 4, hit his first homer of the season in the 5th. Pretty important one right now. That made it 8-2 rather than 6-2. Yankees lead 9-5 now with 2 on and 2 out. Bottom of the 8th, the 1-0. Ground ball foul, 1-1.
Yeah, Rizzo's so good at just bringing those hands through the zone and getting that fastball up and in. Most hitters in the big leagues at any level really can't get to that pitch.
Funny to think 2 organizations essentially passed up on Rizzo before he broke through with the Cubs. The 1-1. High ball 2. The Red Sox drafted Rizzo in 2007. Never played a game for them. They decided to trade him to the Padres. In fairness to them, he was one of the pieces to bring Adrian Gonzalez the other way, who at the time in 2010 was one of the better hitters in all of Major League Baseball. Then the Padres brought him up, and in 2011 he hit 141 in 49 games, and they went out and signed a first baseman, even though he was one of their top prospects, Yonder Alonso, to come in and play in front of him. 2-1 pitch, topped foul, 2-2.
I played with him actually after his rookie season in San Diego in Dominican and for the Toros del Este in La Romana in the Dominican League. And I remember thinking after seeing him hit in that league and seeing him take BP every day and play every day.
2-2 swing and a miss. Strike 3.
That he was going to be a star. And the next season he hit 285 and never looked back.
Rizzo's certainly a multiple-time All-Star World Series champ, as worked out. He sat down there, though. 3 strikeouts in the inning for Pearson, who pitches around the hit and the walk, strands 2. And we will go to the 9th. Blue Jays needing 4 runs to extend this game. 9-5 Yankees. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The greatest guitarist is Eddie Van Halen.
What about Prince?
You have to include Slash and Jimmy Page.
B.B. King and Bonnie Raitt.
The Edge changed everything.
The debate continues with rebellious riffs and 6-string solos on the SiriusXM Guitar Greats channel. All hail International Guitar Month. SiriusXM Guitar Greats on channel 107 and year-round on the SiriusXM app. Get closer to everything that moves you, wherever you are.
Get ready for the 2024 NFL Draft on SiriusXM NFL Radio.
Touchdown, Caleb Williams.
Catch exclusive interviews with the top prospects as they begin their journey to the NFL. And hear pick-by-pick coverage of the 2024 Draft from Detroit.
With the first pick, the Chicago Bears select.
Your home for the 2024 NFL Draft is SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball. You love yelling at your buddies about baseball because they love baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, and much, much, much more. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
Blue Jays fans, after this game, get back to what's really important. Your fantasy football team. We're talking about it right now on Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87, and the SiriusXM app.
That Radio Network.
Justin Turner leads off for the Blue Jays. 9-5 Yankees in the Bronx. Top of the 9th inning, and the Blue Jays need 4 runs if they want to extend this game, 5 to take the lead. Turner, Vogelback, Clements due up. Ian Hamilton's first pitch is a sinker right at the bottom of the zone. Strike 1. Turner 0 for 2. Sacked fly in the 3rd, walk, and came around to score in the 7th. The 0-1, called strike. Beautiful pitch by Hamilton. A fastball on the inside edge to make it 0-2. Hamilton entered for the final out of the 8th inning. Got Bo Bichette to ground out. Here's the 0-2. 1-2. Not a safe situation here for Ian Hamilton, but they're asking him for the final 4 outs of the game. Turner leans back, now standing up a little bit straighter. The pitch is lined to center field. That's a base hit.
I'm sure Clay Holmes will start getting loose.
Yeah. One more guy gets on, and it would become a safe situation. Not on the rule where you pitch the final inning and your team is up by 3 or fewer. But if one more got on, the tying run would be on deck. If Holmes were to come in and finish the game, that would be a safe situation. So, yeah, I think you're right. I bet they get him up right now. There's Daniel Vogelbach. Doubled his last time up. Knocked in his first RBI as a Blue Jay. The pitch. Low ball 1. And yes, that includes his 2-game stint with the Blue Jays in 2020 as well. The 1-0 in the dirt. 2 balls, no strikes.
And keep in mind, this is only a 4-run game. It feels a lot more than that. Just the way it was going on, just the way it went early. It was 6-0.
The 2-0. Called strike. 2-1. Clay Holmes is up in the pen. All about getting base runners right now for the Blue Jays. The 2-1. Fouled off the back leg. Vogelbach's going to take a walk quickly. 2 balls, 2 strikes. If everything were to go right, let's say Vogelbach gets on, Clement does too. Davis Schneider would be the guy at the plate representing the tying run. Blue Jays down 9-5, runner on first, no outs, top of the 9th. 2-2 pitch. Down and in, full count.
That seems just too perfect, doesn't it?
I would agree, but so did Game 2 in Houston.
That's true.
But I would agree. Is that going to happen twice in a week? Doesn't feel likely.
It could.
It could. Payoff pitch. Popped up behind the plate. Wells turning around. That'll get into the seats. Vogelbach will get another chance.
This crowd is quiet.
Yeah, it looks like it's thinned out a little bit. Cold in New York. Yankees were up 8-2 at one point. Maybe some people saw an opportunity to go home early then. 3-2 pitch. Low ball 4. Vogelbach with a walk. And the Blue Jays have 2 aboard. Now the tying run is on deck. Nobody out. Here's Ernie Clement coming up.
Yeah, and this game's not over. Ernie Clement is a scrappy hitter. And he's so good at just keeping the line going, getting on base. He's the perfect guy to have up right now.
We're here in the Timber Mart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman. Chris LaRue to my left. Ernie Clement, 2 for 3 today. 2 doubles, a run scored. And he has a sacrifice fly that came in the 7th. First pitch he sees is lifted foul out of play to the right side, 0-1. Clement and Matt Haig worked on his swing a ton in Buffalo last year, where he hit .348 in a large sample for the Bisons. Came up to the majors at .380 for the Blue Jays in 50 at-bats last year. 0-1. Rocked foul to the left side, 0-2. Admitted yesterday after the game he grew up a Yankee fan from Rochester, New York. .02 pitch, just tapped it foul. Reached out there to a pitch down and away out of the zone, and barely got a piece of it to stay alive.
He's so good at just staying alive, right? Like that was a really, really tough pitch. A lot of hitters would have just swung through it, and he kind of just tries to stick the bat out and foul it off and just stay alive. A lot like Justin Turner would have done.
0-2, down and away. He takes this time.
Yeah, he's learned his lesson.
This is Clement's third major league team. Played some time with Cleveland, a little bit with Oakland. Talked about this a little in the spring, but hard to remember that Oakland released Ernie Clement just over a year ago. 1-2 pitch, ground ball, deep in the hole at short. Volpe slides, picks it up, throw on to second in time to get Vogelbach. The only play he had was second base. Volpe sliding onto the left field grass, pumped through over to second, and Vogelbach didn't stay over there, so it doesn't look like it was a play worth challenging. He'll jog off the field. There's one out.
Yeah, really good play from Volpe. I think he forgot who was at first. He was trying to go to third, made that pump, and then kind of remembered who was on first and just threw it over to second.
Turner advanced from second to third. Vogelbach retired. It's a shame for Clement, too, because that probably is a base hit. If not, but now it's a fielder's choice.
Yeah, 9 times out of 10, that's a base hit.
Still 2 on for the Blue Jays. Davis Schneider at the plate. Tying run is still on deck for Toronto. Ian Hamilton in the game. Clay Holmes, the closer, warming up. The pitch. Inside, ball 1. And it is a safe situation if they were to bring Holmes into the game. But they've decided to leave Hamilton out there, who's technically not in a safe situation. Some of the idiosyncrasies of scoring in baseball. The 1-0. Schneider with a chopper foul. Breaking ball over the heart of the plate. That was kind of his pitch, but just got on top of it.
Yeah, I think he wants that one back. That was middle, and he kind of just pulled off just a little bit.
Maybe the command slipping for Hamilton as he gets over the 20-pitch marker. Clement on first, Turner on third, 1 out. Hamilton's 21st pitch is fouled off, 1-2. I don't even know how Schneider got to that ball. A high sinker that almost hit him in the hands that he somehow pushed foul to the right side.
Well, clearly looking out over the plate. More of a defensive swing right there. That was actually a really good sinker. 94 in on the hands, kind of ran back in.
The 1-2. Down and away. Schneider takes 2 balls, 2 strikes. Blue Jays are just looking for one more base runner any way they can get it. And one swing could tie the game. Guy reaching base safely, of course, not another fielder's choice. 2-2. Schneider with a high drive to right field. Soto racing back at the track, leaps at the wall. It's off the wall. Turner in to score. Clement around second. He'll head to third. Held at second base is Schneider. It's an RBI double, and it's 9-6 with just 1 out in the top of the 9th.
And this game is not over. Like I said, you have 2 good hitters coming up, and Ernie Clement and then now Davis Schneider, and he takes that ball and he uses the big part of the field. Such a good approach there. Hits it off the wall in right field.
And Juan Soto hunched over after that one. I think more in frustration than anything health related, but he'll have some time to rest because Ian Hamilton's out of the game. They're going to go to the closer, Clay Holmes, which means we get one more chance to go over to our host today, Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Ben. Let's check in on that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Just 2 games on the go right now in the NHL. Canucks taking on the Kings, Oilers taking on the Flames. 0s for the Battle of Alberta. You can listen to that game on Sportsnet 960, The Fan in Calgary. You can also watch it on the main Sportsnet channel and the CBC. Flames talk will follow in Calgary after the final buzzer there. The Canucks trail the Kings 2-0 in the first period. Kempe and Doughty both with goals. You can watch that game on Sportsnet Pacific, and Sportsnet 1 is also currently on Sportsnet 650 in Vancouver, the mainstream, with Canucks Central post-game to follow. Let's check in on some scores across Major League Baseball as well. Braves Diamondbacks just went final. Again, after the Diamondbacks leading the Braves 6-0 in the first inning. The Braves came all the way back. They held on for a 9-8 win in Atlanta. Bottom of the 7th inning in Colorado at Coors Field. The Rays trail the Rockies 6-3. The Padres lead the Giants in San Francisco 4-0. And the Red Sox finally getting on the board, breaking open the scoring here 1-0 Jarren Duran with an RBI single in the top of the third inning. So 1-0, the Red Sox lead the Angels right now. A couple of finals elsewhere. 3-1, Guardians beat the Twins, and the Orioles lose in extras 5-4 to the Pirates. Don't forget, we do have Jays Talk tonight. Julia Kreutz and I have the postgame show as usual on weekends. We'll take your phone calls and your texts after the final out. You can send those in to 590-590, name and location. The People's Text line is always open. It's open right now, and I will throw out the numbers to call after this game is final. Blue Jays baseball brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Clay Holmes into this one. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. The Blue Jays do draw out the closer. The Yankees trailed by as many as 6 runs in this game on 2 separate occasions. But Davis Schneider with a double that was, again, kind of like Vogelbach's a couple innings ago, maybe 5 feet from a homer. And Holmes is in, runners on second and third, 1 out. And he gets the call on the first pitch he throws to Alejandro Kirk. It's a high pitch called strike 1. Holmes, one of the toughest in the game, has a big sinker. The pitch. Bounced that sinker, picked on the backhand side by Wells, 1-1. Since joining the Yankees, Clay Holmes, 47 for 53 in save opportunities, 3 for 4 this season. Is 1-1. Swing and a miss. Drop that slider in on Kirk to make it 1-2. Alejandro Kirk represents the tying run in this 9-6 game. Kevin Biggio, the last piece on the Blue Jays bench, is in the on-deck circle getting ready to hit for Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. 1-2 pitch. Down and away, 2-2.
Yeah, when Clay Holmes was with Pittsburgh, he essentially wasn't effective at all. And then he got to New York and had a 1.61 ERA half the season in 2021 with the Yankees.
2-2. Outside, full count. Holmes made 5 appearances against the Blue Jays last year. 3-2 pitch. Kirk hits a ground ball up the middle, speared by Volpe. A run will come in to score the throw over to first in time. So it's Clement coming to the plate. Schneider moves up to third, but now the Blue Jays down to their final out. And Kevin Biggio is going to pinch hit, representing that last hope. (9-7) is the score after the RBI ground out by Alejandro Kirk. Davis Schneider leading off third base. 2 outs, top of the ninth. Biggio adjusts his helmet and steps into the lefty batter's box. The right-hander Holmes kicks and delivers. First pitch strike. Only one time last year did Holmes allow runs of his own to the Blue Jays. They'll have to score at least 1 on him to keep this game going. The next pitch is low. 1-1. That was even in a non-save situation for Holmes in a 5-3 Yankee win on September 21st last year. 1-1. Biggio pops it up, out of play. Blue Jays down to their final strike. It's 1-2. Biggio did walk against Holmes in that September game where they scored a run. Guerrero knocked in a run, and Matt Chapman did as well. 1-2 pitch. In the dirt, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Over 3 hours into this game, Kevin Biggio coming off the bench cold.
So hard to do that. People don't realize how hard it is to come off the bench, especially against a guy like this.
The 2-2 hit hard up the middle, past the dive of Volpe into center. Schneider in to score. It's 9-8, and the lineup will flip over. George Springer's the go-ahead run coming to the plate right now as Biggio delivers in a pinch hit opportunity.
Such a good job of staying on that hard sinker. That thing moves so much, and Kevin Biggio just goes right up the middle with it. Ice in his veins against such a good pitcher.
You can hear the boos for Springer. They've been giving it to him all night. Now can he make them pay? The pitch. Breaking ball called, strike one. 3 runs this inning for the Blue Jays. 2 outs, a runner on first, 9-8 Yankees over Blue Jays. Springer's 2 for 4 today. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Chased the breaking ball down and away. And for the second time today, the Blue Jays will go down to their final strike. Holmes leans forward in the set. Doesn't even peek at the runner. Now he does at first. Kicks, fires. Springer swings and misses. Strike 3. The Blue Jays nearly mount a huge comeback, but they fall in this one 9-8 and just could not overcome the early runs.
No, I mean, I think the biggest concern here is Kevin Gausman. Early on, we mentioned even the first pitch of the game, it was 88 miles an hour. And you questioned whether it was a changeup, whether it was a fastball. In our minds, there's no way that's a fastball at 88 miles an hour. So I hope that we find out after the game that Kevin Gausman is just going through a little bit of shoulder fatigue, and he can power his way through it. But he did throw some fastballs at 94, 95 miles an hour late in this ball game, but he was sitting 90, 91, 89. So it's scary to think that he's not going to be a part of this rotation for at least a little bit amount of time. But the offense came to life today. They got 12 hits, 8 runs. Vlad hit a homer. There was a lot of positives in this game.
Blue Jays just miss the big comeback. 3 runs in the 9th inning, but they lose 9-8 at the Bronx. We'll take a quick break and come back on the other side. Wrap up this one and send you off to Jays Talk with Show Ali and Julia Kreutz. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Take 2 in a truck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2 in a truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2 men in a truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
He doesn't throw fastballs, he throws fuego. He has the focus and agility of a Shaolin monk.
Gold Glover Jose Barrios.
He's not just a pitcher, he's a machine. He defends the field and our city's honor.
He is one of the best defensively out of the mound.
Jose Barrios is as good as gold. Celebrate Jose's golden accomplishment with the Jose Barrios Gold Glove Bobblehead, Friday, April 12th. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2 men in a truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2 men in a truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Roddy rocks the ball to left field. The Blue Jays have gone back to back.
Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The Blue Jays nearly complete a massive comeback, but fall 9-8 at Yankee Stadium and drop to 4-5 on the year. The Yankees victorious in Game 2, split this series up, and that will send us to a rubber match tomorrow between Bowden Francis and Luis Heel. Appreciate you sticking around. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Show Ali and Julia Kreutz are going to have Jays Talk coming up in a moment, so definitely start getting your calls and texts in there. We've talked ad nauseum about Kevin Gausman at this point, including after the game, but the Yankees score 6 runs off of him. The Blue Jays don't get a ton of early offense, but the only reason they even stay in this game, Granted, the numbers turned out to be a little bit worse by the finish, but Mitch White had a pretty solid outing for Toronto, backing up Gausman. Went 4 1/3 innings out of the pen, called upon in the second inning. Did end up giving up 3 runs, including a home run to Rizzo. But Mitch kept them in it. Nate Pearson pitched 2 innings of scoreless ball for the Blue Jays as well. And they did have a solid contribution out of the bullpen.
Yeah, I think the bullpen was great tonight. There was one pitch from Mitch White that Anthony Rizzo obviously hit for that 2-run home run, but it wasn't a bad pitch. It was a fastball up and in that 99 out of 100 big leaguers don't hit for a home run. And Anthony Rizzo is that one guy that can pull his hands through and get through that baseball. And it was just a tough at bat for him. But Mitch White pitched really well. Nate Pearson was 99 to 100 today, and he was throwing a lot of strikes down in the zone. He's a guy that I am happy to say looked great. And then the offense. The offense came to life today. Vlad hit a home run. Bo Bichette was 2 for 4. Ernie Clement, of course, he's been alive, but he was 2 for 4. A lot of positives going into the final game tomorrow.
Blue Jays were trailing 6-0. Then they got it 6-2, then 8-2. Then they moved it a little bit closer. Got it to 9-5 at the end of 7. Came out in the 9th inning needing to do a ton. Justin Turner singled for his first hit of the day. Then you would get a Daniel Vogelbach walk. Vogie also had a double for his first Blue Jays extra base hit. Ernie Clement would reach on a tough luck fielder's choice. Looked like it was going to be an infield single. Davis Schneider doubles. Alejandro Kirk knocks in a run with a ground out. And Kevin Biggio singled. All of a sudden, a 9-5 game turned to 9-8. Ian Hamilton was yanked before Kirk's at bat. Clay Holmes came in. Didn't look like the Yankees were going to use Holmes in this game. And that brought George Springer to the plate for the Blue Jays with a chance to maybe tie it on a double or give the Blue Jays the lead on a homer. But Holmes started him out with 2 breaking balls, and then this happened. Holmes leans forward in the set. Doesn't even peek at the runner. Now he does at first. Kicks, fires. Springer swings and misses. Strike 3. The Blue Jays nearly mount a huge comeback, but they fall in this one 9-8 and just could not overcome the early runs.
And George Springer had a great game today. He looked good. He was on a lot of pitches. His approach seemed to be better. So he's a guy that I liked coming up in that situation. He could potentially get a hit to score that run, but facing Clay Holmes, I mean, Clay Holmes is one of the best closers in baseball. He has that high 90s, really hard sinker, and then he has that slider that is basically unhittable if you're expecting that good hard sinker. So George Springer with a tough task there to end that ball game, but he had a great game today.
Springer finished 2 for 5, doubled in the first, walked in the third, singled in the fourth. For Holmes, like you mentioned, the tough closer, his 4th save of the year. Luke Weaver actually picked up the win. Clark Schmidt was taken out after 4 1/3, so he didn't go the minimum 5 to qualify. So Weaver picks up the win out of the pen. Kevin Gausman with the loss. Weaver now 3-0. Gausman 0-1 again. The 4th save for Holmes. A 3-hour, 21-minute baseball game. Blue Jays had 8 runs, 12 hits, 1 error, left 11 on. The Yankees, 9 runs, 10 hits, no errors, left 7 on. 42,000 fans at Yankee Stadium were pretty much loud throughout. And the Yankees, with the win, have set us up for an interesting one tomorrow. 1:35 is the time of first pitch tomorrow as Luis Gil starts for the Yankees against Bowden Francis for the Blue Jays. We'll have pregame coverage coming up at 1. Tune in for that and join us at 1:30 as coverage starts for Game 3 between the Blue Jays and the Yankees. Just one more to go before the home opener, but we're not done talking about this one across the Sportsnet Radio Network. Get your calls, get your texts in for Chris LaRue, my partner, Show Ali, our host and our producer, Nick Blackmore today, and then Tom Young, our technical director. I'm Ben Schulman. Hope you have a good night. Hope to see you tomorrow, and hope to hear from you now. Blue Jays Talk with Show Ali and Julia Kreutz starts right now.
Well, Julia, a more interesting ending to this one than I thought we would have gotten based on the first 6 innings. This one, a 9-8 loss to the Yankees in New York, but the primary eyebrow raiser on a night like this, even if the offense did just fall just short of a late rally, was, of course, Kevin Gausman, right? The shortest outing of his Blue Jays career, according to Sportsnet stats, 1 1/3. The third short of his career overall. Look, maybe he's sick.
Right.
Maybe it's a danger of having an abbreviated start to the spring and then being tossed in there. But he had nothing going tonight,
Yeah.
and the Yankees jumped all over Gausman very early on.
Yeah, very clearly, right, Joe? From the very first pitch that he threw, it was clear that Gausman, something was off, and it didn't seem to be, you and I speculated during the game, is it just the cold? But then it was clear that there was more to it than that. We saw the velocity just go extremely down in pretty much all his pitches. It was a tick up to end his outing, a very, very short outing for him, but we did see a couple of 92, 94, 95 in there late. However, that's just not his game, right? If he's not hitting those velocities consistently, then he needs to be absolutely perfect. And if he's not feeling well, then that adds to it as well. So it was clear that there was something going on with Gausman that prevented him from being even at his at somewhat effective here. We know that, and we can't expect him to be at his best this early. And like you said, the interruptions to the spring, obviously this all will play a factor here. This was his first time coming in without, say, a pitch limitation to his outing. But from the get-go, we could see that something was off. And I don't necessarily think that with him right now, it would be simply a mental situation. It's possible that we will find out from John Schneider. We'll have to hear from him because it's so difficult to speculate on something like this. But it is possible that we will hear that there's something physical going on. Just tough to see, really, because this is a guy that obviously we have come to expect such a level of consistency from him, but no one is above having these types of outings, right, Show? I don't think that anyone is crucifying Gausman in any way, shape, or form. It's more about let's understand what is going on and then setting a course of action for 5 days from now, because right now it's not even certain that Gausman will be able to pitch.
Yeah, 8 runs with Gausman having been your starter is usually, I would guess, enough to get you a win most nights. I know that most of the runs came after. Probably he would have been yanked anyways. Had he gone 6 innings, most of these runs coming in the 7th inning or later. But still, it's tough to see. That's Julia Kreutz. I'm Show Ali. You're listening to Jays Talk here on the Sportsnet Radio Network, also streaming on sportsnet.ca and on the Sportsnet app. Jays 9-8 losers to the Yankees in New York. The series now even at 1 game apiece. Give us a call, 416-870-0590, 1-888-660-590, star 590 on your cellular device. You can text us as well, 590-590, name and location. The People's text line is always open. Yeah, the velo on Gausman's pitches way down. Down on pretty much all his pitches, but certainly the four-seam fastball. And you mentioned it, when he got taken out, and again, and Chris LaRue had said this during the game, and I kind of agree. I wonder how much of the uptick in velo at the very end was due to him knowing that the end of his outing was coming. Because I want to say 46 pitches were thrown in the second inning before even a single out was recorded. So maybe that was a part of it, a little adrenaline, getting it pumping, knowing that he's reaching back into his back pocket to pull something out right before he gets yanked. But I mean, he gives up 2 home runs in the first inning to Judge and Stanton. Stanton hits the fastball, a 91.3 mile an hour fastball for a home run. Judge's home run came on a splitter, but still 83.7 miles an hour. That splitter came out of his hand, and typically his splitters come out of his hand far harder than that, and it just wasn't moving great. Was very kind of slow compared to his regular splitters. The fastball in the first inning topped out about 93. I think he hit it 1 time. And again, maybe it's him having a bit of the injuries in spring and the spring training campaign being really short for him. Maybe it's just an early season thing. Maybe it was cold in New York as well. Maybe that at least had a little bit to do with it. Probably with most things, Julia, it's a little bit of column A, column B, and column C. But that's tough to see because he is the team's ace. Even when he only went 4 1/3 or whatever it was the other day, he still looked like Kevin Gausman. He hit a batter and then got yanked in his first start of the season, and that he hit a batter at 98 miles an hour, and he got nowhere close to that tonight.
That's what you expect to see from Gausman, which is why I think it is safe to at least consider that there's something else going on here. And obviously you never want to see a pitcher of that caliber suffer any type of setback, but we also need to be cognizant that this hasn't been a normal offseason for Gausman. And we have seen so many pitchers, Mitch White included, who we saw last year, how much he struggled because he had a shoulder injury during the spring and quite simply just couldn't catch up during the season. So this very much, I'm looking forward to hearing from the reporters who are there and who are going to talk to John Schneider, but certainly not good news for the Blue Jays. And yes, the bats broke out, but when you think about a Kevin Gausman start, it's just not at all what you would want or expect here.
I'm going to guess that whoever asks Schneider the first question, whether it's Hazel or Shai or Keegan, whoever is down there, I'm going to guess the first question is going to be about Kevin Gausman.
Absolutely.
It's got to be.
It has to be.
Right? It has to be. Let's go to the text line, 590-590, name and location. Okay, so I see a lot of text on this, and I agree. I'm glad people brought this up because this is something I definitely wanted to get to from a decision-making standpoint for Schneider, and I'm certain he'll be asked about this as well, about not pinch running Vogelbach with someone in the ninth inning there. He got thrown out at second base. So I'm just going to read you a couple of texts. So, and again, leave your name and locations just so we can give you a shout-out. Charlie and Timmins, so should Vogie have been pinch run for? What was the bench situation that could have tied it? This other one, well, there's no name on this one, but why are we not pinch running for Daniel Vogelbach? I know it's a 4-run game, but if he's not thrown out at second with a tying run at the plate with nobody out, would have tied the game. Someone else, please explain to me why Biggio wasn't pinch running for Vogelbach in the ninth. I'm perplexed. And Michael in Ottawa, if they had pinch run for Vogelbach, this game would be going into extras. Bad decision to not pinch run. So, okay, look. I definitely think that also because of the way the game ended. I do believe that like a teensy bit of hindsight in that only because if you think about what the options were at that point, I guess what Schneider and the guys in that dugout were weighing, I guess, Julia, were pinch running Vogelbach with the only remaining option, who was Kevin Biggio, because they had emptied the bench at that point. So it was either Kevin Biggio, pinch runs for Vogelbach, and then you have IKF bat in a very important spot when you need runs.
Down to your last batter. Or you let Vogelbach run and you roll the dice with the base pads, essentially. Yeah.
And knowing you are immediately going to pinch hit IKF for Biggio. And that's what they did. And then Biggio, of course, did have a very quality AB, and he laced it back into the outfield to score a run there. But I'm not saying it's the perfect decision. It's just I feel like it's unfair because we know what happened because we watched the game. Whereas in that moment, there's no way you could have known that that's what would happen in that particular moment with Vogelbach. Sure. Even though, yes, is Vogelbach the best base runner in the world? No,
we saw today that he isn't. And we can get into like the quantum mechanics of it, right? In a different world, they did pinch run for Vogelbach in that situation, and there's just no way of knowing or projecting what could have been there. I don't think that it's as simple as saying if they had pinch run for Vogelbach there, the game would have been going to extras, because then guess what? You don't have Kevin Biggio to come in and pinch hit for IKF in a situation where very much they needed to play the matchup against a guy like Clay Holmes, right? We saw how good his stuff was today. His stuff really moves. It kind of always surprises me just how good Clay Holmes is and he's looking right now. And we saw that again from him today. And Biggio had a very, very productive at-bat against a very tough pitcher. So it's difficult for me to criticize these managerial decisions, especially because Vogelbach was at first base. I think it would be a very different situation if he was in scoring position. And then you really get serious about, okay, if we need him to score from second, right? Okay, then we're going to look at our bench and we're going to look at and see what we can do. But at that point, a few runs back still, if I'm not mistaken, it was 2 or 3 runs behind. I get the decision to roll the dice with Vogelbach, see what happens in that AB, and just a little bit of bad luck too, I want to say there, Show. These are the decisions that, having 26 men on your roster, you have to sort of play the chess and play the 3D chess with it. And when are you going to bring in certain guys, and how can you better utilize your bench? I got to say, the Blue Jays utilized their bench pretty well today. Their decisions did yield results. It's just the hole was too deep at that point to expect or to necessarily project that these decisions were going to be the difference maker in the end. I don't mind the way that this game was managed at all by the Blue Jays.
I suppose you could have pinch run for Kirk, but they'd already used both catchers. I think Varsho had already been come out of the game at that point for your quote unquote emergency catcher. So I guess what IKF would be your emergency catcher in that standpoint. And I don't know. Do you really want that? No, I don't think. I don't think it's as clear cut a decision as you could have pinch run for Vogelbach, and that is the reason why the game was lost. I mean, mainly because we just talked about Kevin Gausman. He didn't have it. There were a million reasons you can pin this game. It not going in the way of the Blue Jays. I see a text here from Paul in Burlington. I feel better about a 9-8 loss than if we had won 2-1. Good to see the boys swinging the bats. And I think that's interesting because we have talked so much about the power outages, and honestly, 8 runs. I honestly was thinking this during the game, Julia. I do genuinely wonder sometimes, and I've been thinking this throughout the first 9 games of the season, and whether or not it's fair or not, I don't know. But I almost wonder what this team would look like, and I think I would almost prefer personally seeing them lose 9-8 than 2-1, knowing that they had the ability to string together quality ABs and actually score runs. What would the team look like if Lourdes was still in left field and Teoscar Hernandez was the DH? I'm not pinning it on the trade with Varsho and Moreno or whatever. It just feels like those guys would have made the team a little bit more fun and a little bit more dangerous from an offensive standpoint.
It does look that way, and I know that you lose a lot on defense, and the Blue Jays have put in an emphasis on that point. And so, yes, it is good to see that this lineup has life. I think that is the big concern right now. And so there are positives to be found in that show. I don't think that you can look at this game and necessarily see a complete waste or even simply a loss, right? Yes, it is concerning about Gausman, and we will await further updates, but knowing that this offense is capable of stringing together those good at-bats, knocking a starter out pretty early in the game, taking the walks. George Springer again started the game with a double. Ernie Clement coming in and just doing what he does. Bo Bichette showing tremendous signs of turning it around, right? Hitting a single, hitting a double, working in a walk. You see that the things are starting to work around or get better. And then you have the Vladimir Guerrero Jr. home run to the opposite field, which sure, it wouldn't have been a home run in that many ballparks, but it's a healthy swing. It's the swing of someone who's actually seeing the ball and just making it look effortless because that is the power that he has. And if he can do that a little bit more consistently, the Blue Jays are going to be fine. But you certainly look at this show and you think, okay, good. This is what this team was talking about through the offseason, through the preseason. This is the type of quality of bats that exists in this lineup. And now the Blue Jays just need to channel it and bring it in on a day-to-day basis.
That's Julia Kreutz. I'm Show Ali. I did say that chances are one of Hazel, Shai, or Keegan would ask the question about Kevin Gausman. Well, Hazel did ask about Kevin Gausman, and here's what manager John Schneider had to say.
Kevin didn't look as comfortable out there. Did he tell you whether there was any issue with the cold or anything like that?
Yeah, he's just cold. You know what I mean? Velo was, up and down, weird spots, but it was just cold. And then I think he was just more disappointed he didn't make pitches with his split. Judge is, kind of right in his wheelhouse there in the first, but, Stanton's is a pop-up everywhere else. But, I think he just had a tough time getting loose, but he felt all right. Was just disappointed with his execution.
There you go. So no injury, I suppose, for Kevin Gausman, which is good to know. It was a little cold out in New York as far as we can see, and clearly it affected him. So, I suppose better that than having some giant injury, some shoulder soreness, which can always be a little murky, or a finger issue or a blister or something like that. I take that as a positive. Having said that, it's still not great that curtailed this outing. It
is good to know that there is nothing more underlying there. Of course, he didn't look loose, right? He didn't look like he was able to get there, and so much so that everyone was speculating, what is it that is going on? If it's just a cold, great, right? In 5 days, he will be pitching somewhere else.
Yeah.
And that is something that can be worked around. But with a pitcher like Gausman, who had the delays to spring and the fact that in his first outing he was still on a pitch limit and we didn't really know what to expect and what would come out, it is very warranted to have a little bit more concern and just keeping a closer eye when it is very clear that his stuff isn't there. If the cold is all there is, then great. This is the best case scenario for the Blue Jays, especially when you get an offensive outing like the one they put